We are live for a Freddy's Revenge live commentary. I'm going to bring in my guest for tonight. Yes, Graham.
Hello, good sir.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. Love your shirt. I might actually even have that one too, but decided to wear this.
Yeah, I got this at Walmart today.
Oh, nice. Cool shirts. Great movie. What you drinking?
Budweiser.
Classic.
Oh, yeah. So, I know you're a big Elm Street fan. How do you feel about part two?
I love it, and I can't really think of a time where I didn't enjoy it. I don't get all the. I didn't get all the gay fuss about it, calling it the gay nightmare. I didn't see that stuff, obviously, as a young kid. It went over my head. And even today, I still don't think it's quite as bad. You can pick and point at things, but it's just a great, fun movie. Freddy's doesn't, he looks the best, I think, in this nightmare.
Yeah, I think he's the scariest in this, too.
Yeah. Is that some of his darkest, scariest, just gruesome? It's just a classic slasher movie. It's great. So I rank it pretty high nowadays, too. I think it definitely ranks up there on the top half. But I love all the Nightmare movies, except the remake.
Yeah, see, it's funny. I watched, of course, I watched this again like Monday night just because I hadn't seen it in a while, and I'd like for it to be fresh in my mind when I do something like this. But I ended up watching the remake too.
I'm sorry.
Dude, it's not as bad as I remember.
Really?
Like, don't get me wrong, it's not good. Like, my biggest gripe is Freddy himself, and I don't think it's Jackie Earl Haley's fault.
No, I don't either. I think he's a great actor.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it's like, I didn't think it was as bad as I remember it being when I first saw it.
See, and I even have tried to give it another chance since I first saw it. And I don't even think I can have been able to finish it a second time.
It is weird. That came out in 2010, and
yeah,
the first Nightmare was 84, right?
Yeah.
And the 84 holds up better than the remake. Because they do the when Freddy's coming through when she's sleeping and he's coming through the wall, and it's all CG and it looks awful.
It does. I think when it first came out, another buddy out in California, we talked about that. He had went and seen it. And they did it so much better with that practical latex or spandex or whatever sheet.
Yeah.
It looks so much better, so much cooler than the CGI.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be, biased there, but it did just suck. The practical worked better. It looked creepier. It looked scarier. The shadows.
I think
didn't look fake.
Yeah, I think practical is always better in most cases. Like, even going back and watching Freddy vs. Jason, using CG blood and stuff. It's why, if you can. I know it's probably cheaper, but it doesn't look nowhere near as good.
No, looks cartoonish.
Yeah. But
that one I love. I actually still love Freddy vs. Jason.
I do too. There's not a Friday movie I don't like. So, and Nightmare, I don't know. Like, I guess out of the big three, it's definitely last, but it's like 4 and 5, and even like 6. Even though I do like 6 more than most people do, I really do like it. They all kind of just run together, and I have a hard time, telling them apart. Like,
really?
Which one Super Freddy's in, and the Power Glove. 5, yeah, see.
6.
6 is Super Freddy,
Power
right?
Glove. No, 5 is still Super Freddy.
Okay, which one is the kid that's into the comic books?
That's 5.
That's 5? Okay.
Yeah. Which is probably my least favorite. of the ones I love, but I still like it. I'm surprised you said it runs together because I feel like, you could say that about any Halloween, Friday the 13th if you're not a true hardcore fan, I guess.
True, but I can like say at least like because with Friday or Halloween, Michael and Jason, they each have a different look, so you can at least distinguish them apart from that.
That's true.
But
though Freddy does kind of change up throughout each movie.
Yeah. And
I get your point. I'm glad you rank it as calling it the top 3.
It is. Oh, for sure. I mean, when you think of horror, it's Freddy, Jason, Michael, right?
I agree. Those are my top 3, probably too. And then if you need to start going, then you got Leatherface, Chucky, so on. So you got a couple of folks here that recognize in the chat.
Let's talk for a minute. What's going on?
MJ, how you doing, man?
Thanks for being here.
And Josh, thanks for dropping by.
But yeah, I would definitely rank this movie, Freddy's Revenge, just probably like my 3rd favorite Nightmare. Because I go back and forth on the original and part 3 as being my favorite. So they kind of like go back and forth as being, my favorite at the time.
You're just like me. Yeah, I consider those about equal, 1 and 3.
Yeah.
A lot of fans' favorites.
Yeah. And I just don't get the hate, man, for Freddy's Dead. I really don't. I don't.
I don't either. I'm again a fan. I'm a fan right up through them all of the original series, and I saw Freddy's Dead in the theaters with my parents. I was 10 years old, so that might give me a little more, bias on it. Have a sense of nostalgia for it.
Yeah.
Memory.
Yeah, it's not as bad. I mean, it's not bad. I don't think it's that bad. When you compare, excluding the remake, I think 5 is the worst.
Agreed.
Like the whole, that was Freddy Baby, right?
Freddy Baby, Super Freddy, the comic. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah.
And to me, Freddy he looks the worst in that of the makeup, even more so than I think 6 and 7.
And they recast what is her name from 4? They recast her with or no, that was 3, right?
You're 4. Thinking, Patricia Arquette from 3 was recast in part 4 Tuesday night.
Yeah. Which I guess I got that song. Got Shawn Mendes always.
Sean. Hey, Sean. Yeah, and honestly, as a kid, I don't think I noticed that much, the recasting.
No, I probably didn't either until...
Which is sad.
Later. And sometimes I just don't get why they decide to not bring people back.
I've read a few different things. I think Patricia Arquette she was either already on another project with her career. I don't even know if it was she was asking too much money type of thing. I don't think they just up and decided to recast her, though. I don't think there was anything immediate like that they were like, oh, we're not even going to try. I think she was busy. Somebody else, if you're listening, correct me if I'm wrong.
I need to go back. I have the what is the Nightmare documentary? It's
Never Sleep Again.
Yeah, I have it. I haven't watched it since it came out on DVD. I need to go back and revisit that.
It's great. I think the documentary's great.
Yeah, I like it. I like this movie, but The Hidden is great. And you know what? Oh, I gotta get I had some notes, and I gotta go get them.
Cool.
I'll be right back.
All right, I'll hang out around with you. What's up, everybody? Well, that was quick.
Oh.
Oh, I see you do think it is an excellent documentary, though, Sean. We've probably talked about this before, but Sean, are you a fan of all the other Freddy films?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Hello, Sean.
Sean. What time is it in Ireland? A decent hour? Probably not.
I don't know for sure, but it's probably like 2 a.m. there. I could be wrong. Could be later. Or earlier, for that matter.
Oh. Well, I guess before we get started and see if anybody else shows up, because so they can start with us, I am going to watch it on HBO Max.
Oh, I have that. I didn't even know it was on there. I got my old DVD out from what I think is still one of the best box sets ever.
It is. I got this. I got this crappy Blu-ray box set.
Now, is the picture, would you say the quality's a bunch better than the DVD? I mean, that's...
I mean, not really. Because
I know the box set isn't itself, but...
No, and it's one of those deals where it's like 2 and 3 are on one disc and 4 and 5's on one disc. That kind of stuff. There's like hardly any special features. I think there's well, actually the part 1 on here is just a re-release, like they took from that Blu-ray and put it on there. So it's got all them special features, but it does have 2 episodes of Freddy's Dead on it.
Oh, that's cool. That's a bonus. That has not been on the previous.
Yeah. It says it's over 3 hours of special features, but I don't know what's new and what's not.
Now, I got to say, as I've gotten older, I don't mind like having 2 movies in a set on a disc or something. But I guess something like Freddy, which I love so much, if I were to get a proper box set, yeah, I want them in the individual discs.
Yeah. It needs a Friday treatment.
Yeah, that does look amazing, that set. Once they got it all corrected, all the mistakes.
So you must be in like LA time zone. What is that? Pacific?
Is that MJ? I think he is.
Yeah. Because they're 2 hours ahead of me. Or
behind us.
Whatever, behind us.
You're in Central, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. 260 dudes right here.
Timmy.
I think Timmy, okay. He's on vacation, or he probably would have joined us.
Yeah, I miss you on that, but enjoy your vacation, buddy.
What would your guys' top 3 Nightmare movies be if you had to pick them? And we already talked about it, but if you didn't hear, I think ours is probably going to be the same. But mine, it goes back and forth on one is the first one in Dream Warriors, and then this part 2 is definitely third for my top 3.
I agree. I think pretty much Jake's. Part 2, I think it is in my number 3 right now, but they do get moved around because I love 4, 5, 6, 7, and again, Freddy versus Jason as well. But yeah, the top 3, I think Jake's got it. First 3 movies.
$3 Nightmare movies count UK. Looks nice. I have seen it. Oh man, what's this guy's name on YouTube? Euphoria Pictures, I think. I think I know he's in. I don't know if it's Ireland, the UK, or somewhere over the pond. But he put a video out on it, and it was really nice. So hopefully we get that in the US. Hopefully Scream Factory's working on it.
Looks pretty nice though, huh?
Yeah, it does. It does. Let's see, Dream Warriors, the first one, and the New Nightmare. I gotta go back and It's been a while on New Night since I've seen New Nightmare. Um,
For the longest time, that was my number 3 as well, Sean. And I think a lot of it had to do because Wes Craven's name was attached. Those were the 3 movies. But
Wes.
yeah, as I've gotten a little older, it changes. I go back to, I just think Nightmare 2 we were talking about earlier. It's just Freddy's at his almost scariest. It's just a scary movie.
And
Creepy.
it's a lot dip because he's pretty much. I mean, I don't know. It's different because as you watch it, you see the dream rules kind of don't apply in this one as much as they did the first one. Like you don't know what's reality, and what's not. And then the fact that Freddy's like taking over somebody's body. Um,
Which is
it's
different.
different. It's different.
And it does kind of, to me, bend the rules, but I don't think it completely breaks it because there is that thing to where he's trying to break into the real world through his body.
Yeah.
So that whole pool scene, yeah, everybody's awake, but
I love it though. That's like
yeah,
one of my. I love that scene, and he's just going around knocking shit over, and yeah, it's great.
it is one of the most memorable scenes of this movie. It scared the hell out of me as a kid.
There's that one, and the one where he's like coming out of Jesse's body, and like Jesse's opening his mouth and his eyes looking through.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems pretty nice.
Oh, it's great.
Pretty creepy, man.
I think it looked creepy again, the idea of it, what he had going. I just don't think they executed it as well as it should have been at that point. I think his makeup looks a little rubbery in spots, but it's not the only movie it does, so.
Yeah.
But I do like the trench coat. I do like the whole concept of New Nightmare. I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, I like they went meta with it.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool.
Before it was even popular or thought of, I thought.
Yeah. And, in this one, in part 2, if I remember, Freddy don't have the glove in this one.
He doesn't in parts of it, but parts of it he does still.
Like in the beginning he does, but like when he's actually comes in and the pool, he's got I thought that was cool too.
I love that, going through the fingers.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think something like that would have been cooler in New Nightmare than what the fake bones. They were too clean looking.
Well, interesting enough, the glove that is used in this one was the glove that was used in the first one, in part 2.
Okay.
When I did some research.
So it didn't get stolen until at least this movie, then.
Yeah. From what I read, that this was the glove that they used in the first one, the same glove.
That's cool.
But let's see. I guess before we get started, I got some stuff down. I'll talk about for a minute and then save the rest for when we're in the movie.
Sounds great.
You just don't.
I wish. I was like 4.
All right. So, Nightmare on Elm Street 2: Freddy's Revenge came out in November of 1985. That was almost less than a year than the first one came out. It was directed by Jack Shoulder, which he did The Hidden, which I think Sean pointed out. I think somebody pointed out. Did The Hidden. He also did Alone in the Dark before this, in 82. And another series I love, he did Wishmaster 2. Directed that. It was written by Dave Chaskin, and he didn't really do that. I think he did some episodes of wrote some episodes of Monsters, and there's one other movie that I don't remember what it is. But you got Mark Patton as Jesse. I think this is Kim Myers' film debut as Lisa. You got Robert Russler as Grady, and the legendary Clu Gallagher as Jesse's father, who is in Return of the Living Dead, I believe. But this had a $3 million budget, and it grossed $30 million at the box office, which I think is pretty good in '85, considering that this is the one, like, part 3 saved the franchise, is what everybody says, right? Yeah, but I mean, I think this was definitely a success at the box office. So I don't know.
I think fans maybe say that at this point. I don't know for sure, but you're right. It was a success. I think everyone was a success.
Yes.
At least up to 4, they like kept topping themselves.
Yeah, and this was like the what is it? Robert Shea from New Line. Like, this film was gonna, if it did not succeed, was gonna break New Line Cinema, and they would have went under. So during the whole filming of this, Robert Shea's on set, and I think Jack Shoulder has talked about how he's barking orders like a director, and he's got, his hands all over it, and the director really didn't have any control over it, which is weird to think that this movie would have ended New Line had it not succeeded. And also, I got 2 more things. Once New Line refused to give Robert Englund a pay raise, and so they cast an extra as Freddy, and they shot for 2 weeks. And I think when they got dailies of that, they realized that it wasn't going to work, so they went back and gave Robert Englund what he wanted. So I think, as you can say, is Jason and Michael, yeah, they're interchangeable, but Freddy Krueger is not. I mean, you can't just hire somebody else. And then the last, it's funny that Brad Pitt, John Stamos, and Christian Slater, they all auditioned for the role of Jesse, and it went to Mark Patton. So I think that's probably good on their part, because this pretty much ruined Mark Patton's career. But yeah, everybody's ready. Are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna turn it on.
I'm at whenever you're ready to play. I'm at 0-0.
I thought I was ready, but it shut off on me.
I guess we'll count down from like 3 whenever. Yep, Sean, it would have been weird. And I gotta look at when Cutting Class came out. That gotta be close around the same time. That'd been a young Brad Pitt twerking on that dresser drawer there.
And I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure he had his struggles, but I'm not sure if I would blame this movie for Mark Patton's career.
Well, that's another thing I want to talk about real quick is, have you seen the Scream Queen documentary?
I did.
I mean, I think it was it was the 80s and AIDS. The AIDS pandemic was, rampant. And, it slowly comes out that he was homosexual. And then on this, no one's seen him as, I think his agent even told him, like, you're not a lead. After seeing this, you're not a lead guy.
Which he shouldn't have, and that's not really a diss on Mark himself in this movie. I think he did great.
I did too, and I don't even okay, I was younger, obviously, the gay stuff went right over my head. It wasn't until I was much older, until people was talking about it, I seen it. And even watching it back, like how they was critiquing his scream, like he screams like a girl. I'm like, I don't think it's that bad. I just think he was given, it's what it is,
It's a good scream. I mean, if that's actually happening to you, you would scream like a girl too.
Exactly.
I don't care what dude you are.
So I didn't think it was really unfair, and I mean that's just I guess a sign of the times back then.
I think there is definitely that too.
Because in this one, you got to kind of give credit, in a way, how much the writer was doing the gay stuff on purpose, whatever. Because he'll say that it's just the way that Mark Patton played it. He played it gay, but I don't see it as that gay. But that's just me.
Yeah, I don't see either of it as that. Like I said earlier, you can point stuff out and go, "Oh yeah." But even the bar scene, I thought, "Oh, it's an S&M thing." Once I even knew what that was, it's just an S&M bar. It's not strictly a gay bar.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there are definitely moments you can go, "Oh, that's pretty gay," but
the dance, yep.
Yep, the shower in the coach.
Yep.
If you want to look at it that way too, or you can just look at it as Freddy torturing somebody.
Yeah. And oh man, what was it? I don't remember. It'll come back to me, maybe.
Well, I'm ready whenever you are to hit play. So, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Second Freddy White storyline with the group of teens. Oh yeah, Nightmare 3 is I think it's Falling Nancy. Yep. But see, that's what I was gonna say. You gotta kind of give credit to the time that they went a different route and hired, a role that's was leading up is female dominant, and they give it to a guy. I mean, it's just different. So, and they kind of make what's her name? What's Kim Myers' name in this? Lisa.
Oh yeah, Lisa.
They kind of give her more of the the hero role, as so.
Yeah, I think they're both final girl and boy, really, if you need to look at it that way. Yeah, in general, it does work better if it's a lead scream queen, a girl. But again, that stuff didn't faze me as a kid. I just saw another teenager being attacked, whether it was female or male. Just thought it was a scary as hell Freddy movie.
Yeah. Well, I never got the hate for that or the gay. Even today, like people will bring up stuff where you like, oh, you can tell there's sexual tension between Grady and Jesse. I'm like, I don't see. There's only one scene that I kind of see it, and it's like where he goes. He like leaves Lisa and goes to Grady to kind of save him, watch over him. Maybe you can make an argument for that.
Very little. There again, you got to point it out and go, oh, well, he just said that. I looked at it as he's going to his bros. I need help. Something's happening.
Yeah. But yeah.
And he even makes a joking comment. Oh, you got the hot chick in the cabana, but you want to sleep with me.
Yeah.
But I took that as a crack. It was a joke that one buddy would say.
Yeah, more patented good. All right. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and
sounds good.
Count this bad boy down from 3. I guess we'll do it on 1. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds good to me.
3, 2, 1. Starting at the New Line logo.
The old New Line logo, the red flashing up. Just got it from New Line Cinema. And here we go. Opening shot. And the school bus scene. This opening scene. Freaking awesome.
Yeah, I love it. See, did they do another school bus scene in one of them? Or is this the only one? I feel like I remember seeing.
I don't know if they did. I don't think they did.
Can you hear it from me? I got it.
I can't now.
Okay, good.
You can't hear mine, can you? I got it pretty low.
No.
Now, maybe Alice was on a school bus or something, but I don't think there was any big Freddy scene. There's Robert. Coming up.
Well, it was part 3, he was the nurse, right?
That was part 4.
That's part 4.
Wait, no. Well,
See, I'm telling you.
he
I'm
was
telling
in
you already.
there's where there was in part 3 he was a nurse. He was the naked hot nurse. In part
Because
3 he
wasn't.
turned into Freddy. And then in 4 he was also the school nurse, but it was Robert
Yeah.
playing a school nurse.
Yeah. See, you can definitely tell, like, this is a dream. Because he looks so different right here than what he does the rest of the movie. The Jesse character.
Yes. I didn't think of that, but you're right. Like his hair is never like
Yeah,
that again.
everything about him, he just looks like a, like a nerd. Doesn't even look like the same guy once we get going, like after this. Looks like he could be in a Tim Burton movie or something.
Yeah. And there again, I think Robert Shea, you were saying something in your notes earlier. A lot of credits got to go to him, or I mean, even sometimes over Wes Craven, because it wouldn't have went on if it wasn't for Robert Shea, the producer.
Oh
And this
yeah,
bus scene you wouldn't have. This is, I think Robert tried to get Wes to do a bus at the end of the first one, which I think would have been better than the compromise was with the convertible. But
and there's too much to write down and going through my notes, but like Wes really didn't like the script for this one because he felt it broke the rules that the first one had set. Which I mean I understand, but at the same time,
it's great.
yeah.
Yeah, I understand it. If it was my baby, I'm sure I'd have my own vision on it too. And I get that part, but thankfully they went on.
Yep.
So I used to have nightmares of this bus scene even.
This is like one of the most, memorable opening scenes for me in the Nightmare. I've always remembered this opening scene,
It
especially
is
when it's
one
like,
that sticks with you. That's so good.
me teetering.
And I mean, these effects, come on, for a day of practical effects and a relatively low budget still.
Oh yeah, and it still looks good because it's all uh, not claymation, but it's all like models. The scene coming up,
And
like
to
all
me, it
that.
really still doesn't look like it's a model.
Yeah,
It looks great.
that's what's better about movies. I mean, people only have their imaginations and stuff when they make stuff like this. Now you can just do it all on computer and it's not going to look good in 10 years, Like to
Yeah.
me, this still looks great.
Yep.
Better than anything CG. And this is probably one of the last ones where you don't really get to see Freddy that much.
Yeah, to where they leave him in the shadows, at least partly,
And he doesn't have, them. Before he became funny, he was still kind of the Freddy from the first one. I think part 3 changes that forever, but
it does. Somehow it worked in part 3, but yeah. There's humor in this, but it's still really, really dark, and it's only a few lines that, like the "you've got the body and I've got the brains," which is totally memorable.
yeah. Look at that Fig Man Chew cereal.
Yeah. Can you do that today?
Nah, probably not.
Now that I'm thinking about it, there's some great lines that are funny in the pool scene. That's terrifying too.
Yeah. I haven't. I'm
Yeah.
gonna try to. I don't know how much I'll be able to look at the chat because I got my tab on my computer on HBO. But I'll try to go back and forth. I don't want to miss anybody.
I'm still here. Just be off cam for a second.
All right. No Fu Manchu cereal for me.
Little plastic fingernails, obviously some sort of foreshadowing or
Yeah.
on purpose.
Because he looks at it, he's like, oh.
And Clue Gulager.
He's the man.
He is classic.
And it is, it's like, Lisa just ride to school, so she, instead of like, maybe they live close together, but I always thought she just, instead of walking to school, she just walks all the way to Mark's house.
Yeah. Well, maybe she's on Elm Street too and just had to walk up the street, like you said.
But her parents are supposed to be rich, so you'd think she would have her own car, right?
That's true.
I don't think she gets enough credit.
Oh,
I
I think
really like
she's
her.
great. I think this cast is great.
Yep. She might be my second or third, maybe third favorite Nightmare Girl.
Yeah, that's a tough one. There's some good ones.
I don't like Tuesday Night, but I did like Patricia Arquette.
Yeah. I thought they were both fine. Alice is obviously great.
Yeah. Of course, I love Heather Langenkamp. So.
It's going to be hard to top the original the best. And I mean, she held 3 different movies too.
Yep.
And Robert Ressler, Grady. He's great for this role.
Oh yeah. I can't remember who the coach was, but he's pretty good in this too.
In recent years, I've learned his name, Marshall Bell, and yeah, he's brilliant as the coach. Dirt balls.
Here's this classic.
I feel like everybody had a gym teacher like that at some point in time.
Yeah. See, you could argue that might be a little. I don't know.
It was though but then again, pantsing or depantsing.
So you're a little bit older than me. I never had gym where like I had to wear a jock strap and stuff. So
I didn't either. I mean, like if you were involved in actual league sports like baseball, you had to have one. Football, but yeah, never in gym class.
You're some of the worst push-ups I've ever seen.
Yeah. Or are those where they're just supposed to hold their bodies up and just stay in that position? I can't remember what that's called.
Oh man. Mountain Nightly.
This is also, I think, New Nightmare did it, but the last Nightmare that they used until the Real House, until Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Should I just make sense?
Yeah, this is the last
That
Nancy's
house.
house.
That they used the actual house from the first one.
Yeah.
Not a set for the outside. Which, I don't know. I've got the wrong avatar up. 1 second. There's me in front of that house.
Oh, that's it. Where's that at?
It is in West Hollywood, literally right off of the Sunset Strip, which is kind of weird, as neighborhoody as it looks. But yeah, you turn off the Sunset Strip on Genesee, I think is the name of the street, and it's the 1428 Genesee Avenue.
That's where all the good stuff. Where? All right, you're a California guy. I've only been once, and I was like 8. But
Okay.
how? So the Halloween house is in South Pasadena, right?
Yes.
How far is that from where the Nightmare House is?
Depends on which way you're looking at it. Could be half an hour.
No, okay, so it's not. So I mean, like if you could visit all of them in a day,
Oh, definitely.
and wasn't the fog? What's the bar? Was it Halloween 3? There's a bar in a somewhere. Where is it at?
Was that in Los Angeles? I don't know the
Somewhere in
location.
California.
I know a lot of that was shot up in a Northern California city, or at least north of Los Angeles. Maybe not Northern California.
Like I said, now we went to. My uncle lived in California, and he lived like 45 minutes from Anaheim. We went out there when I was 8. We went to SeaWorld and Disneyland and all that.
Oh, hell
Hollywood
yeah.
Boulevard. I'd like to go back, but
Well, you're going to really be mad at me, but all my 15 years out there, and I'm sure I've driven by it many times in Pasadena, but I never stopped to really take a good look at the Michael Myers house.
What?
Yeah. I know, it's sad. And I'd been down to the Nightmare house many times. Shows you what type of fan I am, I guess. I'm more of a Nightmare fan.
Now, the Myers house, nobody lives in it, do they?
It's an office, I think,
Right.
now. Or last I knew, it was like a chiropractor's office, but it could have changed since then.
Now, does is the Nightmare house? Does people actually live there?
Yes.
Is actual?
There
Because they
again,
moved the Halloween house, right?
Yeah, down the street. I don't think it was far from its original location, though. There's a whole story on that documentary. Or Sean Clark from his Hallowed Grounds. How they moved it. Somebody bought the house for $1. It was going to be demolished. And they moved it down on actually what is public land, technically, and left it there. It was owned by the railroad or something. But it's still in that spot. They let them keep it there.
Oh, man, that's so gross.
Yeah, thankfully, whoever last owned the house since I've been there, they've basically kept the Nightmare House as it looks in most of the movies.
That's cool. I wonder if they get tired of like people coming and taking pictures.
I know the lady who last lived there, but I think she probably sold it then. She did that Sean Clark show again. She didn't mind people taking pictures. I always tried to be nonchalant, just
Yeah.
here, snap this picture quick. I'm gonna stop right in the center of the walkway. But when I first moved out there, I see my buddy Corey in the chat. He says no snowman, Jess. I'd gone there. The door was green. So that's about as different as it looks. Whoever had it that time in like 2003 or 4, the door wasn't red, it was green. And they had a giant Christmas snowman. Because I was taking a picture for Corey, and he was in the chat now. He had this picture of the house with this giant Christmas snowman in front of it.
Yep, me too, Sean. That's like my next thing. It's like last year COVID kind of ruined our big vacation, which was going to be Disney World. And with COVID still not everything open back up, I'm going to wait again this year. So I just got to figure out where I want to go.
I hear you, man. It's slowed down a lot. We had talked about going back for a visit to California, my lady and I and our son. Or even possibly Disney World down in Florida, depending on what the family was doing.
Yeah, that was going to be our thing last year. And COVID. Which, like, now, I don't even want to go now because I don't want to wear a mask. I mean, I want to wait till that stuff.
I want to know it's gone before I go really throwing myself into any large groups.
Yeah. And plus, like, not everything's still open there in Disney World. And if you're going to shell out, even just for 2 people, for me and my daughter, it's going to be like $3,000 for a hotel and the tickets.
Yeah, I believe it.
Which I guess it ain't that bad, but.
I guess if you're looking at what it offers and how clean the parks are and what it costs to operate, no. But I mean, for the average family, man, and like you said, even if it's just 2 of you,
yeah, I know that's one.
It's a fucking cost.
Yeah.
I live near Disneyland, and I've been there several times, both working and just to enjoy it. But when it's just to enjoy it and you're paying full price for a ticket, you definitely have to plan that.
Yeah, because it's like, well, now it's like, it's like $100 something for one day ticket for one person.
And I watched it go from when I first finally got to go there just as a visitor. I watched it go from like $65 a day for just one park to, like you're saying now, it's been well over 100 for years now. So it's more than doubled in its price and within a decade.
I'll almost see what year that was. I've been 8, so it was like. It would have been like 1998, 1999 when we went.
You make me feel old, Jake.
Well, you don't look. I didn't think you was as old as you was.
Thank you.
I figured you was more my age.
I do get that, but yeah, I'm 40.
Oh, here's the classic scene, man. There it is.
I love this. Christian Hannahor does a mean rendition of that tune all night long.
Did he cover that?
He did. I think it's on his Patreon.
On his Patreon.
Or no, YouTube it. I think it might even be accessible to all. Hold me, baby, drive me crazy. touch me all night long.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at as far as traveling.
Yeah, I'm trying to just even figure out how to make a trip down to see family in North Carolina without having to fly, which is my preferred travel, except for when we're in a pandemic.
Yes. Well, I wouldn't care to fly, I don't guess, but I'm much more of a I'd rather drive
You'd
if I
rather
could.
drive?
Yeah, I like
I get that.
sightseeing and I like all that stuff.
I
So
do, but I just don't like the drive-in, the travel part, the time in between to get to the sites. If I could teleport to places I want to go, I would.
that'd be nice. We haven't got that yet, Sean. So hopefully it doesn't come this way.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Jess is 21.
Thanks, Sean.
He
I
does.
have told him that and told him that, and I've almost, if I could had the time, I'll make a video to his cover of it of me doing the moves against like the dresser.
Backing it up on the dresser. Jess,
Very beginning in '81, MJ. January.
I'm gonna clean that room fast.
Yeah. Movie cleaning, it's like, oh, I got to put a few stacks of clothes here into this drawer.
Yeah.
Oh, it's clean. So
And she
hard.
just pulls out the chalk spray. Where's this going?
Would you be that embarrassed?
I wouldn't care.
I would care. It's like, okay, some spray.
Gotta keep my stuff from itching.
Hell yeah.
That's it. So I liked how they tried to incorporate the first one, but it's like it was happened 5 years ago, and like no one has no recollection or memory of anything that happened.
Yeah, if you look into it, you could, the ending wouldn't mesh up with the sequels either of the original film.
Yeah.
Because there again, it ended either as a dream where she conquered her thing and made Freddy disappear, but keep them coming.
I'm gonna grab another beer real quick.
Enjoy. Sean, you're 32. Nice. Oh, in August. So you're 31. And I don't know if he'll pull these up, but yeah, Sean also liking Freddy versus Jason. They covered it up. Little excuses like that work for me as far as sequels go. It's when you totally change continuity. It really ticks me off. But the little things I can make up my own stories for. Or accept, oh, they covered it up. We just pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. And yeah, the first film, his original ending didn't leave room for a sequel. And that's where I say, thank you, Robert Shea, for fighting that and needing to make more money on more nightmare movies.
My dad needs to fix the AC. Sean, you're close to my age. I'll be 30 in July. 30. Freddy versus Jason. They covered it up. I think they cover it up in every single one of them, don't they?
Yeah. While you were gone, I was kind of talking about. I was fine with that. Oh yeah, they were covering it up. Something small to just make an excuse of what the previous stuff happened, why they haven't addressed things. I'm okay with that. Just as long as you don't totally F up continuity of a series I love, or say, oh, all these movies didn't happen. Give me a lame excuse. I'll buy it.
Yeah, I think that definitely was a attempt at another horror icon, and Horace Pinker just didn't quite work out. But I'll say I love Shocker, so I like it quite a bit.
It's decent. Do you like Serpent and the Rainbow? Some other Wes's?
You
Do you
know, it's been a
remember it?
while since I've seen it, but I remember liking it. It's one that I want to go back and revisit. He's a man. It's like I don't know. He's not as good as Carpenter to me, but he's still really good. Like Scream, like it total because of course Scream came out is what 96, somewhere around there, I think. Scream totally changed everything for me.
For the better or worse?
Oh, for the better, man.
Okay.
I would have been. It came out in '96, and I probably don't remember seeing it to '98 ish. Getting it at the video store, and I just loved it.
I think they're great. They're my favorite probably series of the 90s. Horror of the 90s.
Leprechaun's probably my favorite series.
I almost forgot about that, but I think Scream is definitely better. And I also think the first Urban Legend comes right up there in the Scream age.
Hey man, I like I Know What You Did Last Summer too. I think like if you look now at that cast, like man, that's an A-list cast before all them people were big.
It is. It really is. Oh, Leprechaun. Got me thinking about that. But yeah, I think they're Wes Carpenter. I think they're horror masters for sure. There's no arguing that, and that doesn't mean they didn't make a subpar movie. Either one of them, they made several. But the effect they had on the genre, both of them, and like you said, look at Scream.
And I think Scream gets too much hate, man. I really do.
Oh, I agree.
Everybody shits on it for everything that came after Scream to try to rip it off. But look at Halloween, and I think especially Friday 13th is really what catapulted all the ripoffs in the 80s for the slashers.
Which was a straight up, basically rip-off of Halloween. Friday the 13th was.
And it's like, you can't hate on maybe in the 90s, some of them wasn't as good.
No, yeah.
But they're not doing anything different. If it makes money, that's what they're going to make.
That's gone on since the beginning of film. Oh,
yeah.
And I can't blame them. If something works, you go with it.
And that's what is now. Is what kills me now. It's like horror has never been really accepted, by the mainstream. It's always looked down on. And so no studios really put out anything horror unless it's got a Halloween, Scream, a big franchise name behind it. When you could be making these movies for like $5 or $10 million, and you put them out at the right time, close to Halloween.
You're gonna make some money off of them.
Exactly. And I just don't understand, like, why.
They don't even need to be. They don't need to be. Even the ones you put Halloween kills coming up. They don't need to be $30 million movies even.
No. And then I'm afraid I hear some really bad things about the test screening of they had with the Texas Chainsaw reboot, whatever it is now. I
I'll
don't know.
see it, but I have little hope, man, for that. I feel like I've been screwed over and over with Texas Chainsaw. Every movie they've made after the original remake in 2003.
Yeah, well, from what I've heard, it's like pretty much like Halloween Kills or Halloween 2018.
Well, and it was a success, so they're going to try to do that with all of ours. All of these, I think.
But it wasn't a success for the formula, that they had. It was a success because it has Halloween in the title.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Myers.
The formula is horrible to me. I think we've talked about it on other streams, but that's my point earlier. Don't take something I love and say, oh, 90% of what you didn't happen. We're only accepting the first movie. I hated that about Halloween. I think if they could have just gotten around that, you didn't have to bring up the sequels, but don't clearly say that didn't happen. I would have loved Halloween 2018.
I still like it. Just like Michael just going through Haddonfield and just like slaying people during Halloween. That's like one of my favorite Halloween moments ever.
And see, that's what I think. It was good in that sense. It had that vibe, and I like the look of the film. It just still in the back of my mind, you're trying to tell me that parts 2 through 7 don't exist.
And
I can't accept it.
Not even that. I mean, I do not like that, but it's like the Jamie Lee Curtis, like I guess, but she's some old hermit whose house and is waiting for him to come back.
Well, Lawrence said that, I think, too, that's not his Laurie Strode. He thinks that Jamie Lee Curtis in H2O was definitely more of Laurie Strode 20 years from the original than this new so-called Laurie Strode is from the original movie. And I think he's right. And I think you're right. It doesn't feel like the character of Laurie Strode completely to me in Halloween 2018.
Yeah.
I think there's been a couple of good comments from MJ and Sean in the chat.
Check them. Watching that bird blow up. We got... Alright. Where's the last one? People on the stairs. Yeah, I picked that up from Screen Factory a little bit ago. I need to... My kid is at her cousin's this weekend, so I'm kid free. So tomorrow I plan to like watch movies nonstop because I really don't get a chance. TV ain't mine. When she's here, so I gotta wait till she goes to bed.
I can relate. The boy has the biggest TV upstairs in the living room.
I don't know how he is, but my kid, she's like, she wants my phone and she wants to watch it on the phone and she wants it on the TV.
He's got the tablet and he's got YouTube on the TV, so he'll have YouTube going on the TV and then playing games on the tablet, or even watching YouTube on the tablet, but the TV's still on.
Yeah, she's like broke all her tablets, so I refuse to buy her anymore.
Darn right.
She's a little bit older.
I understand that too.
Yeah, I like Shocker a lot. Have the book. I didn't know. Was it a book?
I didn't know that either.
That's cool.
That is cool, MJ. Thanks for the information.
Final Destination, man. You know what? Oh, I haven't seen that in so long, and I think there's a Blu-ray set out of all 4 of them. I need to pick that up.
I don't know why, but I always forget about those 2. But I think the first 3 are definitely solid movies.
I like them. I like them. They're okay. I like them a lot better than Saw. I fucking hate Saw.
Oh, really?
I like the first two,
They're the best.
and after that, I don't care. Like I try to go back and watch it, in preparation for Spiral. Wasn't it? Not as good as I remember. And
I know by part 5, I'm always like, I've had enough.
and I should love it because like for my generation, that's my Friday the 13th. You know, I could count on a new Saw movie every October coming out. I don't like it, man. My generation's Halloween and Friday 13th. I remember it's like, yeah. I think Scream. Whether horror, I don't care what anybody. Horror was dead before Scream came out. It was.
It was in a dry spell as far as new horror goes.
Oh yeah.
The 80s were ending with their sequels were starting to run dry, what they were pumping out by that point. And it needed a resurgence. But I can't say it was completely dead. I mean, there were some gems that started in the early 90s, like you mentioned Leprechaun earlier.
It was 91, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know what people tend to forget. I don't know what you do last summer. Still like it was a better franchise than Scream. Effectively, it actually showed that part. I don't know if I'll go that far, but I agree that I know what you did last summer doesn't look. It's not bad at all. It doesn't get looked at enough. But I love Scream has a special place in my heart. So.
Yeah, same here. Scream will always be, I think, number one of the 90s. But I do love definitely the first two I Know What You Did Last Summer movies. I was there at the theater, excited about it. Oh, new. This wasn't that Kevin Williamson writing. You knew it was. You knew it was gonna be. It was the next Scream, basically going to the theater to see it.
I love Scream, but my Drew Moore. Yeah.
I know.
Another thing, got that big, which I don't know how big she was in '96.
She was definitely known. I think she had made her comeback in the 90s as an adult actress now at this point.
You put her
to
in
a degree.
Think she's going to be the lead, and bam, she gets killed the first.
And I thought that was genius. It broke my heart, but I thought it was genius because, like you just said, Sean, what'd they do to my Drew?
This is done. Well, as long as Lionsgate got it, they're going to keep pumping them out.
And you know what? We'll watch them.
Unfortunately.
We'll watch them. I keep waiting for them to change my mind, but
I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not that excited about it, which is sad. I should be.
Stuff is way better than that. I'll give you that. Rob Zombie sucked.
Well, yeah. There again, that's I think a separate world. Even you can't count those as part of the series.
Well, don't have kids, and then you can stay that way there.
Yeah.
Because nothing is yours.
Good luck with that, Sean.
Yep, nothing is ever yours anymore.
Yeah. And a big part of you doesn't want to be. Whether it's irritating sometimes or not.
I agree. Yeah, first the three's where it should end.
Yep.
Let's go. Is he about to get naked and go to that gay bar?
I think so. I don't. Does he get naked?
Well, he comes back, and he comes back. He's like,
oh, he is naked when he comes back running the streets. You're right.
Yeah. I was like if I'm a coach and I'm gonna, SBDM, whatever it's called, I don't even know, bar, I'm not gonna make my suit and go back to the gym and do push-ups and shit.
Yeah.
So even for me as a kid, I'm like, oh, it's just a bar. Even now, I'm just like, oh, it's just a bar.
Yeah.
I don't see.
You guys sure we should be here?
Like nothing screams like gay bar to me, does it you?
Like I said, even when I
There's-
even realized there was anything beyond a bar, because that's all I saw as a little kid, but I still thought it just looked like, okay, this is a crazy sexual bar, but not a specifically gay bar.
Yeah, because you got men and women, and
Yeah. I mean, definitely wild and out there, and probably some gay people in there. But
yeah,
I don't look at that even now. You can. I don't think anybody can truly point out and say, "Oh, that's straight up a gay bar." S&M bar, yes.
no, they're just wearing, it's what a rock star in the '80s wear out on stage with that bartender's wearing.
As a kid, that was probably what was just in my mind. Oh, these are just some wild bar partiers, I guess.
And it looks like he's drinking a nice cold Budweiser as well. This movie don't have very many kills either. I don't think any of the nightmares really do. But
Yeah, they're not loaded. You're right.
I say jail. Here is a screenplay next to jail. Think about it. They kept making films with a few in community sports Trinity franchise. I mean, yeah, I think at that time Jennifer Love Hewitt was pretty big, so there ain't no way she's coming back to do a third. I know what you did last summer.
I mean, I agree. I think she's a great scream queen, but I don't know if we can compare both of them because I just wouldn't want to. It's two different generations of scream queens to rank them together.
I'll give it to Jamie Lee Curtis because she wasn't just in one. Prom Night, Terror Train,
Yeah.
Fog. To me, she's the ultimate scream queen. Just because you can't point to one. Well, I guess you always point to Halloween, but still.
Well, yeah, that's the main one, but Prom Night's right up there behind it, like you just said. The Fog. Those are all iconic movies.
Hayden is regular for. Oh, Sean.
It's true, but it'd be more fun if he was here to throw that at him. He hasn't seen this movie, so
I was gonna say this is the one I want to watch while he's watching it.
I'm trying. He's only seen the first Nightmare, and I don't think he paid attention enough.
We do good if we get him to watch Natural Born Killers.
I'm just getting him finished with the Texas Chainsaw of the original 4. I still got to get him to watch the 4th one.
I just bought that on the Screen Factory.
And what one did you say to get him to watch?
Oh, you need to watch this one, man. I would like to hear his commentary on this one. Could you imagine?
But it's getting him to sit down and watch it. And if we did a commentary together, he won't watch it. He'll be goofing off on camera. Or he won't be able to pay attention to it as well, like he should.
Well, that's about with everything in here.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if he could sit on a commentary and just listen to the movie and not listen to us or who's ever on while we watch him watch it.
These guys looking around like, well, this weird shit happening. I'm gonna go run for the door. I'm just gonna stand here and let it happen. Chew my gum. Sean, Sam. I love Samara Weaving. Oh, love her, love her, love her, love her. She's gonna be in the new GI Joe. So, between Ned and Jennifer.
Forgive me, but what's Samara in?
What?
What is Samara Weaving? Samara Weaving?
Oh my God, Jess, come on. It's my boo. She's in. She's in the babysitter. She's in. Is it Ready or Not? Yeah, Ready or Not. Guns Akabonu. You seen any of them?
Now I know. I gotta look her up now.
You haven't seen the babysitter?
I don't know. I'm old.
You need to
Maybe
watch
I
that.
need to get on it. Oh,
It's
oh
on.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's a Netflix movie. Yeah, good luck with that, Sean. Probably never happened. Yep, Ready or Not. She's in a lot. She's gonna be in the new Snake Eyes movie. Yeah, you probably would like The Babysitter and Ready or Not.
I should. I keep forgetting to watch that for some reason.
Really good. I liked them.
Heard a lot of good things about it.
But I love her too. So I don't know. I know Babysitter's on Netflix, and then Guns Akabonu is on Prime. It's got Daniel Radcliffe in it too.
He did okay, and was that with the Woman in Black?
Yeah, Woman in Black.
I mean, it wasn't a fantastic movie, but
I don't
it's
even
all
think
right.
I've seen that.
It was worth a watch. It's not something I'd be watching on repeat viewings.
He was
But
also
if you came across it,
he was also on Horns.
ooh,
What the? Come on. I'm gonna need a timestamp from you because my
from me.
yeah.
I was just going to ask you the same thing because I thought when you were describing something earlier, we were off, so I paused it again. So I don't know if we're even close.
I'm at 36-14.
See, I was at 41, 20, 30. 41, 30 now.
All right, 41-30.
Like you just poured some coffee. We're all over the place. How did you get behind me so
See,
far?
I think when I go to read the chat, it pauses on me.
Oh, okay.
I'm at 42-01, so I don't know how close we are.
I'm sure that works.
Are we close?
Yeah, you're like a few seconds ahead, but if you go to the chat again, it'll probably bounce out. But I remember, earlier you were saying something. I was like,
yeah.
I'm a little ahead now.
I guess it pauses when I switch tabs for some reason. Next time I do this, I got a smaller, like, I would have to rearrange everything in here, but I got a smaller TV. I'll bring it in here. I'll just watch the Blu-ray.
Yeah, if I have to, I'll set up the other old laptop if it's on a streaming service and I don't have the disc. But if I've got a disc, I got a little player here, a little DVD player, so I can have it separately.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. But I like watching on here because I can still because if I do it on another TV, I have no sound. I have to do the subtitles.
Oh yeah, so you've got it going through your ear headphones too.
Yeah, I got it going through my headphones right now, so I can hear you and hear the movie. So they're at the boiler factory.
Yep.
Right. Way too far behind.
For those of you at home, though, if you're trying to rewatch this with us, sorry. There was some pausing, and
I'm just gonna go on my phone and check the live chat, and I just won't bring it up on the screen so I don't pause the movie.
but Jess and Lisa just got to the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm there. I see what you're saying. Let's talk for a minute. He was comparing Jennifer with being the closest.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah.
For the 90s. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, MJ.
Yeah, I agree. I don't even see Nev. Man, they gotta kill her, right?
One of the top three has to go, but I felt that way since, honestly, 3 and 4.
And y'all, Sean, this movie is not very long. I think it's an hour and 25 minutes long.
And there's another thing. I'm great with that.
I am too. That's like for me, that's my perfect. If it's not, which I know you don't care, but like I love comic book movies, and I expect them to be 2.5 hours. But if
I
it's
do
not
now, I guess.
If it's not something like that, this is my perfect. This is like my perfect time. An hour and a half is as long as I want it to be.
Mm-hmm. There are rare epics that need to be. I mean, for a while there, they're trying to make every movie an epic.
Yeah.
Not every movie needs to be well over 2 hours long.
No.
If it does, make a sequel.
Like Army of the Dead. That movie's a piece of crap.
I guess. I still haven't decided whether to watch it yet.
Yeah, it's a piece of crap. About 2.5 hours.
But yeah, once they told me it was 2.5, I think that turned me off of it. Yeah. I don't need a 2.5 hour zombie movie.
No.
And I get your point with the superheroes now that you've had things like Endgame. But even my general response to that, like Dark Knight Rises, I come out of that going, no Batman film needs to be 2 hours and 45, almost 3 hours. It's a superhero film.
No. I need a 4-hour Batman movie.
Oh, so did you like the 4-hour cut of Justice League?
Well, I don't need Zack Snyder doing anything. I need Zack Snyder.
I don't need Zack Snyder to do anything.
No, I hate Zack Snyder. He's made 2 good movies. And none of them are Dawn of the Dead remake.
Oh, really? See, that was the only one that pops to my mind that I really enjoyed of his.
The movie's a piece of shit, too. I like Watchmen and 300.
Okay. They're okay to me.
I don't know, Sean, but I say this one's got to be the shortest Nightmare movie. Definitely. Gotta be.
None of them are terribly long, though.
I know New Nightmare is almost 2 hours long. The remake's almost 2 hours long. Well, hold on, I could probably tell you if there's run times on these.
Yeah, if I were to guess, and you're not counting the remake, New Nightmare is the longest.
Yeah, I think it's like an hour and 50 minutes.
But as we were just talking about, you think about that in today's terms. Anything under 2 hours isn't that long.
Yeah, no. Yeah, this is the shortest Nightmare.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because Dream Warriors is 96 minutes, Dream Master's 93, Dream Child's 89, and New Nightmare is the longest one at 112 minutes.
Doesn't surprise me, Sean.
Nope. Yeah. When's the last time you tried to give it a watch?
Wasn't that long ago.
I don't know. Like I said, my Freddy was the only major problem I had with it.
Maybe it's been a couple years, but I watched it or watched it when it first came out. It was on as soon as it came on video or DVD, whatever. And then I tried it again a couple years after that. Couldn't finish it, and then a few years after that, which would have been a few years ago, I'm sure I tried it again and still couldn't just make it through it.
Well, I'll say it had been so the movie came out 2010, and that was my graduation year, senior year. So this was the first time I'd watched it in 11 years. 11 years. So there's a pretty big gap.
That is a big gap. Just, and this isn't my only reason because I gave it a shot, but I still believe into this day that no Nightmare movie should be made without Robert Englund playing Freddy Krueger as long as he's alive and can talk and take a few steps at least. Because anything you need, use a double. But saying the lines, standing there in the posture with the posture.
But if you do it again, it's like you just need to do it like the first one where Freddy's just in the shadows.
In the shadows, and he doesn't have to. Yeah, again, the action sequences use somebody else, but keep Robert in the shadows. He doesn't have to be jumping around. He can be creepy. Yeah, try to do sort of what they did with Curse, maybe a little better, but Curse of Chucky, they went back to its dark roots. Didn't forget that all the other films still existed, but let's go back to the basics. Let's put it in the shadows.
Yeah, Sean, that was my exact thought when I heard I thought he sounded just like Rorschach.
Yeah, it just doesn't work with somebody else. Now, when Robert's long passed and I'm an older man, sure, remake the film. The new actor.
And Jesse's had the shirt on for like a week.
Is it still the same button up?
Yeah. Still the same shirt.
Oh, you aren't kidding. I never noticed that. That's half his problems right there. He's solved by a new shirt.
Yeah, the Child's Play remake sucked, Sean. Wasn't good.
It didn't bother me at this point, but again, yeah, I think the original is much, much better of a movie in concept.
Yeah.
I really did not like, not Curse, but Cult of Chucky.
Oh, I love Cult of Chucky.
Oh,
man.
You did? See, I thought it broke.
Yeah.
That actually broke some rules of the franchise that really upset me.
Is that the one where they're all like, there's like 4 or 5 different Chuckies?
Yes.
And they're giving each other haircuts?
I hated that. I hated that.
It, dude, that was so funny.
Oh,
Yeah, I like that one.
It's awful. And surprisingly, yeah, you're not the only one who says that to me. I'm prepared for it now. Fans of it, they seem to still love it.
I love that. That's my favorite scene when they're like all together and that one's got that fucked up haircut. Oh, Freddy time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jamie. Hi, Jamie. How you doing?
Hey, Jamie. The tongue.
Yeah. Freddy. Hey, am I much far ahead of you?
No, the tongue's
Where,
over.
where you at?
He's left the cabana.
Okay. What you doing?
And of course, the infamous pool scene we talked about before starting this. Coming up.
Yeah.
Not yet. He's in Grady's bedroom now.
Yep, Sean, that line's coming up here soon. I would put y'all's comments on the screen, but if I click out of this tab, it pauses my movie and I get way far behind the Jess here.
I mean, I personally don't mind. I know this movie pretty well. But if somebody's trying to watch along with this elsewhere or at a different time,
Yeah.
they're going to be like, what? I don't know.
Don't let me go to sleep.
Nice.
Take a beer burp. Got the beer bladder too. Yeah. My favorite scene coming up here.
I forgot it's back to back with the pool scene.
Yeah.
That's great.
I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah, we were talking about earlier the effects in this. Just fantastic. And the trick shots.
Oh, yeah. I didn't miss my favorite part.
No, not completely.
See, I don't sound like that's a girl screaming to me.
Oh, well, I mean, there's some earlier when he wakes up screams that are pretty high
Yeah.
pitched, but again, I don't. I mean, if Freddy were real, that might get my voice higher
Oh,
pitched.
that's so cool.
Yeah.
Cuts his way out of me. Yeah, Jamie, practical. Yeah, practical effects are where. Me and Jess talking about that earlier. How's this one scary looking Freddy?
Even in the lighting, even in its brightest shots,
It's
he
like his eyes are
looks.
so sunk in.
Yeah. Kevin Yeager, though, I think.
Did he do the makeup one too?
I think so. Somebody back that up for me.
This one was like, oh man, what's real and what's not? Is it really Freddy? Is it really Jesse?
Well, I kind of like that.
Yeah, because you don't know. I mean, it makes you. See, I like that. I like Freddy just having the actual knives with fingers. I think it's cool.
The way they did it here is very cool. As much as I love New Nightmare, I can't say I liked how the fingers were there. This would have been much better, something like this.
Yeah. And I don't remember like that much from New Nightmare because it's been a while. But is he like super buff in it, or is it or something?
He looks bigger.
Does he look jacked?
He does.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But I don't. It's also intentional to a point. He's supposed to be a different entity, taking on the Freddy.
Well, I got you.
Yeah, I mean it's Freddy, which is cool, but it's something more too. I don't know. It works. It works in the fact that it didn't just bring him back from Freddy, being dead. Freddy's dead right away,
Mm-hmm.
but it worked in the series as a new Freddy movie.
That's I guess another memorable line. He's inside me. He wants to take me again.
And again, I think that's definitely one you have to pick out. Many will argue with me and go, "Come on, Jess,
Yeah,
the whole thing is gay."
I just don't see it, man. I really don't. I mean, and I just don't see it as much as everybody talked about it.
Yeah,
Still, even now, like knowing and seeing, I don't see it. I see it as an attempt of putting a male in a female dominant role, and that's kind of what happens.
yeah, I agree.
I think if you did that for any other movie, it would come out the same. People would say the same thing.
And especially for this type, again, it's just that is breaking a formula that just it works for several reasons, probably. When you basically try to do the opposite of that.
Yeah.
But to me, I still think this worked, though. I never really thought twice about that until I was older, and it was basically brought up to me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like we talked about earlier. I mean, this is one of my favorite Nightmare movies. So to me, it's like the scariest. Freddy's at his scariest in this one. He looks the best in this one. And Jamie said that it was clear to her when she saw the theaters, the gay references. She just didn't care. I mean, it's like I don't care, but I still some of it I just don't see. I really don't.
Yeah, I think what we're talking is just the whole hoopla over it, and and I do think some things were taken from a couple of that's kind of a gay moment or gay reference, and then picking on every little thing you can that you could relate it to after that.
Yeah. See, and I really like how, like, in this, when Freddy's coming into reality, whatever, and just like everything starts to get hotter.
Yeah.
So I'd argue, like, Freddy's not, he's like the fucking devil in this one.
Yeah. The pool boiling, that was cool.
I think Robert Englund has come out and said, like, this is his least favorite one.
Which it's too bad, because he's brilliant in it. And like we keep saying, I think he's at his scariest, too.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, he owned the role in part one, but this is really where it cemented that nobody else can play Freddy. And the voice in this.
Oh, man, I love this coming up. I just love it. Like Sean said earlier.
Yeah, he did. I just now I'm not saying it too. And of course, me being my name's Jess, but I've been called Jesse growing up. So that's my name too. I love that line. There is no Jesse.
He looks creepy.
Anybody else here ever taped like butter knives to their fingers when they were kids? Trying to be Freddy, make Freddy's glove.
No, do you remember them? What were they, Beagles? Them like cone shaped chips?
Oh, the chip? Yeah.
I used to put them on my fingers.
You were doing the Fu Manchu fingernails.
Yeah,
with the bugles.
Yeah.
And neither did I, Sean. I was just asking.
See, ooh, pass the sticks. Hello everyone, the string popped up as a recommended video on my homepage from a YouTuber I follow. Let's talk for a minute. We're talking Nightmare 2, Freddy's Revenge.
Yeah, pass the sticks. Let's talk it up. Talk it out.
Jamie, LOL, my little brother liked to put butter knives on his fingers and he's little. My mom had a fit when she caught him.
Oh, of course.
See, I probably would have been the kid like that put like the steak knives. I'd probably try to put steak knives on my fingers.
I knew I would have been in some real trouble. Plus, I also knew I would probably cut myself trying to tape them on. So,
I love this thing, dude. I wanted more of just like carnage. Freddy just going around and just slaying kids. That's why, like, Freddy vs. Jason, that party scene when Jason shows up to the party and he's just like slaughtering kids.
In the cornfield, the rave, yeah.
Yeah, I want to.
Just...
I want a scene like that, but I want it like over the top, to just slaying everybody in their way.
Oh, I definitely love this scene and that scene. So yeah, I'm for it.
Yeah, I love the scene. Everybody like trampling.
There's a lot of people out there that don't, I guess. Talking horror, popping tags. So pass the sticks. So what's your opinion on the Nightmare on Elm Street 2 specifically?
He was a huge fan of Nightmare on Elm Street movies.
Very cool. And Jamie's with you. She loves the scene in the cornfield.
Yeah, I love it too. It's great.
Sean talking horror. And we are.
See, this scene was already... I love that part too. That kid's trying to help and he's like, help yourself, fucker.
Help yourself, fucker. That's what I was talking about when I said humor earlier. There's still humor in Freddy here. Hey, I'm here to help, man.
That's got to be the worst shooting ever.
Yeah, seriously.
Look at him, dude. He's just, I don't know. He's a creepy shit.
Yeah, he's that with the fire in the background coming from the grill, the gas. And that is to where I guessing that's because we had a grill like that to where it was in the ground, the pipe from the grill went directly. It was a gas from the main gas line grill outside. So it's like permanent setting grill.
Past Sticks, he loved it. He thought it was a good follow-up to the first film. Yep.
Well, nice.
He says one of my favorites. I'm glad people's finally starting to come around to it. You know, other than Freddy's Dead, I feel like, you know, in the past, this one is the one that really got talked down on a lot.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, you know, a lot of their arguments were that it broke rules. But like the writer said too, and the director, the rules weren't set yet.
No, and it was like, what franchise hasn't broke the rules, you know?
Yeah, seriously, name one of the majors that didn't break rules in the major series. The main series.
I love these dogs too, dude. They're creepies too.
It took me forever to even figure out what they were trying to accomplish there, or what it was.
Yeah. I still don't even know. I just think it looks good visually. Freddy's Dead is brain damage to me? Come on, man. Freddy's Dead gets so... I love Freddy's Dead. To me, it's just like a remake of Dream Warriors, but worse. If you really, like, think about it. It's got 2 death guys in it, right?
Oh, it's got the one deaf guy.
There's a deaf guy in the Dream Warriors, though, right?
Mute.
He's mute. Okay, got you. He's mute in that one, and then they got the deaf guy.
But you're right. I see, you know, the kind of
similarities. Do you see the similarities to like 3 and Freddy's Dead? Because to me,
hospital and the children's shelter.
Yeah, I've always seen. I'm like, man, this is pretty much a remake of Dream Warriors.
Well, and then again, which is used, of course, in the first movie and other Nightmare movies, bringing him to actually kill him.
Yeah, bringing him back
in the real world, holding on to him. I guess that's, nothing can kill these horror icons, and I think that's the whole thing. But that seems to be the one to put him down for the longest. If you can bring him into the real world, you might put him away for at least a decade or longer.
Well, that's definitely what happened in the remake. He didn't come back anytime soon.
Yeah, something else there killed Freddy for a lot longer. Find out that secret.
See, that's one thing I did like about the remake. They actually went with the actual roots. Like he was a child molester,
See, a lot think, and I
legit.
myself wonder if he should have been.
Well, I
I
mean,
mean,
that was always originally
it was
the
always in the
plan,
back
right?
there. It was always in the back, but I don't know if they needed to go and straight up go there.
Because I think if you go there, it doesn't make you don't make Freddy be likable or
Yeah,
relatable.
which is great for a scary person in a lot of ways, but it's also that's not, I guess,
No, that's
what
not.
became the essence of Freddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a killer. And like you said, it's there, him messing with children, which is awful, but I don't think it needed to be said straight up. Yeah,
I
Jamie,
always thought that was.
Freddy's wit.
I don't see that yet. I also always thought that was creepy too, like going back and forth between Freddy and Jesse. And they made it clear because they had a goal to make Freddy scary and terrible and dump his. Like in the remake, but he still
Yeah,
had
I think that's
wit.
what she means.
Yeah, but like he still had some witty lines in the remake, is what.
Well, they were trying to be witty. I don't recall too much memorable stuff, but maybe I'm harsh.
I'm
These
not gonna.
movies meant a lot to me.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's like great. I mean, it's definitely my least favorite, but
All in all, and I say this on most remakes, if the film was that good, good enough to remake, then it's unnecessary to remake it.
oh
so
yeah.
completely unnecessary.
Seeing like this, kissing Freddy to bring Jesse back.
Yeah, but this, how he melts or whatever,
Yeah.
it's fantastic. And this is cool. The boiler room lighting up.
See, I'm just saying, man, he looks so good in this one. Yeah, I like how he melts.
It's great.
And then I like how like Jesse's like comes out of the shell of melted Freddy. I like that. He's ripping off the.
So good.
Oh, Jamie, wouldn't Clone would either remake very dark sarcasm. Yeah, I see that. I just didn't hate it, I guess.
Well, you're not the only one out there, and that's
I mean,
okay.
it's not one that like I'm willing to go downhill for. Like I know it's not good.
I just don't think, and I'm like this with, again, most remakes, Friday the 13th one too. I don't count it in the series.
I love this ending too. Kind of leaves the ending like the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a badass line, but unfortunately, it's in a crappy movie. Corey
I
Ross.
can't. I can't see what he's saying. I'll have to wait till we get done here.
Okay.
Seeing Jamie said is a great example. A great line. But.
Well, Jamie still gives it 3 hearts, so she didn't hate it.
I don't know. I didn't hate it either. But
Again, that's okay, guys.
I mean, I can see where somebody would hate it. And to me, the biggest part that I should like, I hate, and that's Freddy. I think he looked awful and he sounded like Rorschach the whole time.
He did, but I don't even know if I can say that's what I
That is what I
hate the
think that's what
most.
I hate the most. Because they did try to throw back some like scenes. They brought the bathtub scene. They did that. They
But
did.
see, I think they did it subpar, every one of those. Like you said earlier, the whole coming out of the wall thing. I think they did everything they went back to and from the original. They did subpar.
They did. They went back and they did quite a bit from the original too. Is what you don't really see that in remake. You know what I mean? Like they did the coming through the wall. Uh,
The
the
bathtub,
bathtub,
like you said.
and they did where the dragon. What's her name? I guess it's Tina in the first one in the body bag.
Yeah.
They did that. Yeah. That was a cool line in that one. I did like that one. But I didn't like how they explained like why Freddy was back to get revenge on the kids that outed him for molesting them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The end credit song, I don't know if you still got that playing in your
No,
earphones.
I'd shut it off.
It's kind of creepy. It's an old song. Did you ever hear a dream walking or talking? Yeah. All in all, great movie.
It is. It's
If you're a fan of that sort of thing,
Good one. One of my favorites for sure. And I don't, you know, uh, the next one I want to do Freddy's Dead. If you're down to do it,
Yeah,
you want to join. I'm not sure when yet, but I don't. Nobody does anything on Fridays, right?
I don't
Nope.
know about regularly,
I don't think
but
anybody would. So maybe we'll try next Friday to do Freddy's Dead. If you're,
yeah, think about it and let me know.
it might have to be a little later than what this one was because I'll have my kid.
I'm okay with that. Sometimes Friday nights can be pretty busy.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure I'd be able to do it right next Friday. We'll see.
we'll figure it out.
I am
But
going to have to go to some races on Friday nights.
yeah, see, I've seen that. Do you race or does your family race?
We have friends that now, my family used to race. I had cousins that raced in stock car racing, but now we got a friend who races in that. I go-kart race now with my family.
Okay, gotcha. Racing. There you go,
But
Fred. There's that song. She thinks she's singing that song.
yeah, you're probably right, Jamie. It was good. It's an interesting topic with those old songs because they were obviously not meant to necessarily be creepy.
But they all like Sandman,
Yeah, Sandman's
Halloween,
used in Halloween.
Jeepers
That
Creepers.
Jeepers Creepers, exactly. That old song in The Shining, and then this Fred Astaire song, I guess.
I don't remember the song in The Shining, but I hate The
Midnight and the
Shining.
Stars and You or something.
Okay, but I hate The Shining. So that's
Oh, that's
overrated.
okay. I get it. It can be long and drawn out.
It does nothing. Does nothing for me. Even like hearing Lauren, like which I guess I need to go back and watch it after hearing Lauren explain. But I don't know. Yeah,
All right, so you're gonna try to do Freddy's Dead as your next commentary, huh?
it'll be my next one. Yeah, we'll work out when. It doesn't have to be. We'll do it whenever.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down if I'm available and you're up for it. You know, if it's got Robert Englund, Freddy Krueger, you can pretty much call me and I'll be there.
Cause with a like with me with my schedule, anything I do has to be on the weekend because I work nights. So I ain't gonna have
It's
to.
understandable.
And I don't want to like. I know other people do stuff. I don't want to step on anybody's toes or anything, but at the same time, it's kind of
We've talked
hard for
about
me.
this. If you have no other choice, you got to stream when you can stream.
Exactly. I mean, and there's so many of us. It's kind of hard not to.
You're going to eventually step on some toes and then they'll come back. They'll rewatch them. I know that's happened to me too. And I
And
just go, you know what? I'm going to go back and rewatch it. I wanted to watch both of these things. So,
yeah, and so I guess why I do have you here. What do you got going on with your new channel, and what can we expect from that?
well, it's called Cable Channel 11. If you haven't yet, subscribe, please. It's going to be just a channel full of a variety of different things. It's not going to be just one base. I mean, movies are definitely a hot topic. We've got a show called The Horror Rumble. Corey Ross, who's in the chat, I think. He is him and I are hosting, and it's going to be. Hopefully, you'll join in. Actually, most of you in the chat are eventually invited, depending on the topic, if you're up for it. But each show will have a new topic. I think I'm going to release the topic here I can't remember if I'm not supposed to or not, but the first topic in the Horror Rumble is going to be horror theme music, and how you want to interpret that, I think, will make the conversation itself. Like we just had the discussion on these old tunes that weren't necessarily meant to be creepy, but are now. So, but I think each show will have a different topic, and we'll have different guests from the community, sort of a group discussion show. Like I said, I'm sure a lot of you, from the names I've seen, you're invited to be on it too, Jake. Hopefully you'll want to be. And I'm going to have a talk show coming back, and hopefully I can round some good guests up that are interesting to talk to. And then I've thrown some racing on there, go-kart racing, which we've been doing. So it's, like I said, it's a variety channel. I don't know what's going to work, what's not going to work. I'm not going to be producing things, I'm sure, every week as far as the talk shows and discussion shows. Because as you said, we were talking about the community. There's a lot of people with a lot of stuff going on. And I end up getting involved in that. So, and I'm not doing it to blow up or anything. So just doing it to add a little something to the community. So maybe a couple shows a month on that channel that'll be live shows.
Yeah.
But thanks for asking.
I can't wait. I'll be there. And I'm not, that's what I've like went back and forth with what I'm gonna do, because like here in the last couple months, like life's just been hectic, man. Like I've just graduated college, working full time, got a kid. It's been hectic. So it's like I haven't had time. Of course, working night shift, I can't really do anything during the week, and so I went back and do I want to do anything, or just let it be? And I like what I think I've decided is I like what me and you did tonight, having a one-on-one with somebody. And because like and I know from experience, having 6-10 people on is great, but not necessarily everybody gets to share their opinion, and maybe everything don't stay on topic, and that's fine. But that's what I think I want to do. I want to have more one-on-ones, and pick everybody's brain in the community, about stuff. And
that could be really cool.
Just do something more that way, because that way, I don't know, it just stays on topic, and there's everybody's got their own thing they love. You love Nightmare, you got Friday, which is my favorite. So I think that's where it's gonna eventually go. When, I don't know. We'll see. It's like, I don't know.
Well, thank you, and I like that, and that's sort of add on a little bit of your own twist too, I think, to what the community's doing, and I think that's the coolest part about it. We're not all doing the exact same stuff. We're doing similar things because we've all come together for the that reason.
Yeah,
we all have a liking for the same things.
Yeah,
but
and to me, like a one-on-one, it instead of having 10 people, you're not necessarily spotlighting everybody. At least with the one-on-one, you can spotlight one person a week, some different, or whatever. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. So we'll see how it goes. Once I decide I get serious, I'll start reaching out and seeing if other people want to be on and do something. But I don't know.
That'll be good. And with all you said, I mean, all you did was have to say that, the kid alone. And I understand time.
Yeah. And especially with, school. It's summer now. It gets a little busy, especially in summertime, because, we're usually outside all day until, the sun goes down when it gets nice outside.
Which is great.
Yeah. So
yeah, and we're not, this isn't paying the bills, so
exactly.
It's for me, for fun mainly.
Yeah, that's
And
my thing. It's like, especially and I know you live kind of in middle of nowhere as well, as do I, and there's just not a lot of people share the same interests as you, and that's what's great about this community is we're all on the same page, and the stuff that you couldn't talk about with somebody, you got it here. So that's
yes,
what I love about it, and that's why I do it. Nowhere in me thinks I'll get you know 10,000 subs or anything. So
well, and hey, you might, and that would be great if you did. But yeah,
oh,
gotta enjoy doing it if you're gonna do it too. Like you
yeah,
said, getting together. It's nice to share these things. I'll give that to the internet. When you're a kid, and I'm sure a lot of us felt this way, you might have had another friend or maybe a cousin or brother or sister who'd watch some horror movies with you. But like having a group of friends that you totally could relate to watching Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street, that
yeah.
didn't happen.
No, things to the thing, Jess.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you very much. Just
Test
glad to
it.
be a part of it.
Like what you guys are doing. I'm starting to see a lot of content in this specific community where collaborations are going on. I can see this community coming to change. And that's what I do like about the small community we have. Everybody helps each other, man. Um, and I think that's great. You know,
Very much
it
so.
really is. Cause like, dude, I would say compared to 5, 10 years ago to now, start on YouTube is probably so much different and so much harder. Because if you don't hit something on an algorithm, then your videos just ain't gonna show up. Like, it just ain't gonna happen. I think all you should keep
Yeah,
making
and
it.
so well, welcome past the sticks. Hopefully,
Hopefully, you join the community.
yeah,
Always good to have new voices, different opinions.
definitely. And if you can, and a lot of the other guys in the community, they do community shows to where they'll invite basically if you're cool and in the chat want to come on. So you should join one of those and see how you like it.
Yeah. Thank Jamie, Mr. Bombastic. Yep, we do have awesome. Yeah,
Hell yeah,
we
brother.
do. We do talk pretty much every day on that Twitter chat, and that is one thing that I'll say. Like out of the pandemic, that like I'm grateful for is this, because had the pandemic not happened, I don't even know if I would have found because S'mores Indoors, because I think them guys, Corey and Jonathan, they were the first guys that I kind of found on YouTube. Which I've known about Piz obviously from the Dead Pit days, and
Oh, wow.
had it not been for the pandemic, I wouldn't have known you, all the rest of the guys. So I will say that is one of the good things that has came out of it, definitely.
I think jumping on here, I don't know if I may still be in the chat if it wasn't for the pandemic. I would have never gotten on camera.
Yeah, that was one thing I struggled with too, and I think it was one of the S'mores and Norse first show. I was just hopped in, and that kind of popped my cherry and settled my nerves, I guess. I've never been one. I'm real shy usually, and I don't like to say much and all that. But I don't know. Yeah, pop that cherry
Yeah, I'm glad it
somehow.
did. I'm glad it did.
And I will have to say, I guess I do have to say, Timmy, my brother, kind of he showed me like Lauren and stuff, and so he kind of, I wouldn't say pushed me to do YouTube, but one of the reasons I decided to do it, because me and him we're kind of the same in a lot of ways, um, personality wise, I would probably say. And seeing him do it, I'm like, well, if is comfortable enough and does it, then I can do it.
Timmy is fantastic.
I hope.
Now, as your brother, I meant to ask you earlier. We were talking about. Did he influence you at all, or you guys just together watch
Oh,
horror movies when you were youngsters?
okay. So if it wasn't for him and one of his best friends and one of my best friends now, Michael, which I've had on the channel before. If it wasn't for them two guys, I would have never probably loved horror. They definitely got me into it, and there's a reason why I love it today. Because Timmy, Timmy always loved it too, but Michael would stay at our house, and Timmy worked at a restaurant. So, and my mom worked day shift. So during the summer, Michael would kind of watch me, and we would just watch horror movies all day. So that's where it came from, yeah. And I owe a lot of the stuff that I like to him, like even music wise, because he even tell you I'd go in there, he's at work, steal his CDs and listen to him. He get mad. But yeah, he was a big influence on a lot of the stuff I like.
Cool.
Yeah, I agree.
I have older
Let's talk for a
siblings too. My
minute.
older sister with the horror movies was definitely an influence. Though both my parents, they enjoy scary
See,
movies to this day.
my parents never did, and my definitely because my parents got divorced. It was just us and my mom, and she didn't care. She didn't know. I don't know if she didn't care or just didn't know what we was renting. Because like movie gallery, which probably not that way, your way. It was like kind of like a Blockbuster before Blockbuster. It was a big chain. Used to be Video Vault, but they had like a 7 movies for 7 days for 7 nights, and like every Friday after school, she would take me to movie gallery, and I'd rent 7 horror movies and watch them all weekend, and take them back the next week and get 7 more.
Yep. Oh, many
So
similar. I guess you'd call them mom and pop shops, but they were local chains. Movies America, we had Video Warehouse. Yeah.
yeah, and it helped. I had a video store like right across the street, and they didn't care what I rented either.
I had no restriction from a young age. I think even a couple of video stores, my mom had to sign something just so I could come in or just, pick out my
Really?
own without, because I was a horror fan young. She
Yeah,
didn't
me
want
too.
me watching complete trash or filth or anything, but like just because it
See,
was rated R.
yeah, I don't even think my mom knew, dude, because I was like Friday Five is one of my favorite horror movies of all time. I know everybody, it's starting to come around now. Everybody used to hate it, but I was watching that when I was like 7 or 8 years old. I had no business watching that. And I was watching that at that age, man.
Yeah, me
Mr.
too.
Bombay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, totally.
Jonathan.
It is. It's and what's funny about Jonathan is me and Jonathan are not that far away from each other either. And I forget, it's been a while, but one stream, off air, me and him were just kind of talking, and we know some of the same people. So that's just wild. It makes you realize, like, man, it's a small world out here.
That was wild.
Yeah, because he's like 45 minutes away from me, really. Yeah, I'm gonna see what me and him can do more. The problem with Timmy is getting him committed to watch something. It's bad. Like when we did the Godzilla show, I was shocked that he watched all four. How many is it? There's no 4 of them. Yeah, he watched all 4 of them in like a week. So
But there
we'll
again,
see.
life, as we were talking about earlier, he also has a
Yeah,
family work,
yeah. He
and
works at
life.
he, he works that day shift, so he's in bed at like 7 o'clock at night. But so I'll see, get him in there. And that's one thing,
It's great
you
to
know, we'd
hear.
like to, yeah, it's great to hear, and you'd like to see more of. More because I feel like there is a lot of women that do, you know, like the same stuff that we do. They just maybe ain't as comfortable as coming out with it, you know.
Well, and I'm glad you feel comfortable as far as that
Oh
on the
yeah,
other end,
definitely.
even because that's good. That's good
Yeah.
because I think we've all become friends,
Hmm.
and some of the jokes do get pretty inappropriate on some streams, but the first word is it's jokes, and I'm just glad just the comfort all around with everybody and knowing that there is, like Jonathan said, a lot of made some genuine friendships.
Oh, definitely.
It's like a modern day pen pals with people. I mean, over in Ireland, Sean, I
Yep.
don't know if he's still here, and
Got Sean, you got Mike all the way in the UK. So it's
and
all
then
good,
all
man.
across the country here, from California to New York Island.
Heck yeah. It's all good, Dan.
Ah,
Working. And Dan's
Daniel
another guy.
Shine.
Lauren brought Dan in, and Dan joined a part of the community, and I love watching Dan on stuff. I feel like there ain't a movie Dan hasn't seen either. I feel like you ain't never gonna be able to stump that guy.
I
He's seen
half
a lot.
jokingly call it, oh, he's got a show called When Dan Shines Money. But he could almost do like a show like that with you go against Dan for movie trivia and if you beat him,
Yeah.
you get $5 of his money. I don't know. But
That you know
I don't
that's like
think a lot of people could beat him.
no, and that's why you remember when Lauren used to do the trivia show, which
Yeah.
I hope he comes back with that. But I gotta see man Christian and Dan go head to head. That'd be a good
They
one.
never did get on at the same time, huh?
No, 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 no. I think I want to say the last show they had, Dan was on,
Was that the
and
one I was on then?
it might have been because I
I
feel
don't.
like that was like the last one Lauren's had since then.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I know I enjoyed them and I was super excited when I was able to come on and be a contestant, even though I suck. But I
Community,
loved watching them. And yes, I'd love to see a matchup then with
that'd be
Christian and Dan.
because yeah, that'd be nice. Stop for a minute. Sit for a minute.
Jamie was on. I think Jamie was on that show too,
I saw comments where
and
they wanted
Jonathan.
me to speak. It was my first community joining, so I just wanted to get a feel of everything. Just so he was, yep, he was part of the first panel he joined, and that's great. That's because I'm guilty of it too. I kind of watch in the shadows, and it's not that I watch in the shadows and don't. I comment when I can, but most of the time when everybody's streaming, I'm at work, so I got it on while I'm working, and I don't have a chance to comment all the time, but I do, for the most part, watch everybody's thing, and and like, and I gotta give it to Lauren too, because he kind of started the community thing, and he's introduced a lot of people to the community. Um, so
It set
shout
off
out.
a chain of events. I mean, yeah, we all can probably go to Piz is one of the first sources, but like you said, Lauren started what they called the community streams,
Mhm.
which might not have got on camera if it didn't. And then it also led to S'mores Indoors. Jonathan and Corey inviting, I think, a lot of us on for a commentary last year,
Yeah, but the
which,
trick or treat,
yeah, I think so.
and and I'm glad them guys are back too. S'mores Indoors. I'm glad they're back. I'm glad to see their channels growing. I mean, they deserve it. So
Very much so.
they put out some great stuff. And I need Jonathan, if you're still in here, I need the link to the radio show so I can get it on my iPhone
Oh, that's
when it
right.
works. I feel like you have seen everything, Dan. Stone is pretty. Yeah, Stone knows a lot too. Yeah, the trivia shows were fun, Jamie. I hope he brings them back. I really do. Ha! Christian scared to go against Dan. Second lot.
Should have like a top contenders challenge for that show.
Yeah. I hope he brings it back. That is true. You're welcome, sir. Let's see. I mean, if any of you guys want to hop on, if you ain't doing anything, I'll send the link out. We can chat for a little bit. Put it in the chat.
It's Friday night.
Let me know if is that showing up.
Did on my end. Yeah.
Okay. You guys want to chat for a little bit? Dan's letting his dogs out, and then he'll hop the phone in here.
Ooh. Who let the dogs out? No.
Yeah. Who?
Too soon.
That's like my growing up. That was the song, man. I feel like that song was in like everything.
It was for a while there.
Nope. There he is.
Yo.
What's going on? I like how you're waving there to get my attention.
Yeah, if you move, I feel like if you move, they could you can be seen. So
there you go.
Jess, are you smoking tobacco again?
Maybe.
I think he's smoking that wacky tobacco.
No, not at the moment.
Smoking tobacco.
What's going on with you?
Nothing, man. Kid just went to bed. I was gonna watch The Conjuring.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna watch that tomorrow.
I gotta do it like when everybody's asleep because, well, like I want to watch it with like the sound cranked up and I'm gonna wake everybody up. Like that's the kind of movie you gotta watch, kind of like with the speakers blaring. Yeah. I did get to see a couple minutes of it.
I hope it's good. I really enjoyed the first two.
I'm not gonna think like good, but like the two Conjuring movies I enjoy, like the mainline series, Conjuring 2. I enjoy those movies. So if it's like that, I'm good. Now I fucking hate the Annabelle movies.
See, I haven't ever seen them or The Nun. So
no, fuck the Nun. Fuck the Nun and fuck people that like it, Hayden.
But it's like supposedly like if you're watching them all in order, is that the first one you would watch?
What, Nun?
Yeah, from that story.
Oh, I guess. I don't know. I just wouldn't watch it. That's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah. I don't plan on it. I haven't heard
it's so boring. Like it's the thing. Like if it was bad, it's one thing, but to bore me, God.
Yeah. We just watched Nightmare 2, Freddy's Revenge. What do you think about that movie?
It's a bit homosexual, but
yeah.
No big deal. I was gonna say, you guys were just talking about who let the dogs out.
Yeah,
did you see? Yeah, did you? No, Jake. Did you see where the Baja Men were at Friday After 5 like 2 weeks ago?
No, were they?
Yes. Is that not fucking hilarious that the Baja Men were at Friday After 5?
Well, I guess they didn't really do much besides that, huh? And I bet everybody popped like hard as shit when they started playing that song too.
If I was them, I wouldn't do anything else. I'd show up, play 3 minutes, and it'd just be leave. Who let the dogs out and then go home. Like, thank you, Cleveland. Uh-oh, my computer's telling me I'm almost out of storage space.
Oh, Conjuring. Let's talk for a minute. He saw it. He had mixed opinions on it. Don't want to spoil it. Or do a review.
Yeah, I haven't checked everything out yet. I did like within like the first 3 minutes. There's an Exorcist homage.
This is gonna be. I don't know how people's gonna, because this is definitely a different story. Like if you know the real story, it's really a true crime story more than anything. So I'm curious to see how they spin the supernatural aspect of it. We shall see.
I had that same shirt, Jess.
It's classic.
I got two.
I was telling him I have that shirt as well.
That was at Walmart.
This is Walmart.
That's Walmart.
Yeah, picked it up today, $7.
Oh, dude, all day. Dude, the Halloween shirt that they had last year is just like the original poster art. Walmart's bringing their A game, dude.
Walmart's got the heat sometimes, man.
Yeah. That WrestleMania 13 T-shirt. Did you see that one?
I got that one with Shawn Michaels and Stone Cold.
Yeah,
I got that
13.
one.
That was what, 14? 14.
Yeah. But yeah, I got that one too. I just wanted everybody sleeps on Walmart, but you gotta check their shirts every once in a while.
They got good shirts, man.
And they're cheap.
And I tell you who else has a good shirt, like amazing shirts, actually, is Meyer.
See, I need to go there more. I don't stop there because I hate going that way on 54 because it's just the congested traffic. I hate it.
Yeah, I basically live on 54, so it doesn't really bother me. So.
Must be a regional store.
Meyer? Fred Meyer?
Oh, okay. I've heard of that. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's like a clean Walmart.
That's way to describe it.
But it's not as bougie as Target, you know?
Target.
Right. Yeah.
Target,
oh, shit, you shop at Target? Wow. Damn, somebody must have got a promotion.
I try to.
I can't shop at Target, dude. I get that kind of scratch.
But damn it, Walmart, they'll get you. As much as I want to really hate it, I always go back to it after being screwed elsewhere.
I don't have any other choice but to go to one. That's my only option. It's like Walmart or Dollar General.
Dollar General's not, dude. Have you been to some of the Dollar Generals that have like fucking produce?
Yes.
Those things are amazing. Like I wish that the one by my there was one I could like throw a rock at that they just recently built. I wish it was one of the ones with produce, dude. That way I don't have to run like all the way in town.
See, I don't have a reason to hate those stores, but there's like 4 of them in my town. And
dude, you walk out like you might want to check out
exaggeration.
Front. You might want to check out front right now. They could be building one.
It's true.
It's true.
Dude, on my way to work, I passed 7. I counted it the other day. I passed 7 of them.
I believe it. I really believe it. You're brave, Jake. You're brave. Hi, Kathy.
Hello, Kathy.
Hey, how you doing? Hello.
Your show, Jake.
What? How you doing there, Kathy?
Hi, welcome back. Would you like to try one of our new crispy chicken sandwiches?
Absolutely.
If you're offering for free, hell yeah.
How does one get a crispy chicken sandwich from you?
I think we all know who that is.
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
He's got 2 voices. So.
No.
Well, I wonder, Jamie.
Hold on. I'm picking up food for my kids.
I don't know.
They're hungry.
If that is him, that's his best voice yet.
That's Hayden.
William.
Oh, no, it's not.
Hayden's also the only one that I know that it's like, oh, that shit's gonna be funny.
Hello. No, it's not.
I got this all Japanese. Can't read it, but it looks cool. Yeah, it's just you got the FYE. I was in the it's not FYE, but what is it in Evansville? Coconuts. I was in there and I noticed, they had some like horror shirts, but they're on like Japanese.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I love how the outside of that place says coconuts, but everything on the inside of that store says fucking FYE. Like they don't even try. It's like, why are you even like still going by coconuts?
Right?
I
Even
know,
The
the price
shirts that
really.
tag.
they wear say FYE. The tags on everything says FYE. Like, they don't even.
Exactly. It's like, why are you even still open? False advertisement.
The drive-through, I think, gave it away though, because
Yeah,
he's
because
the only other
always in a
person who goes
fucking.
through the
He's always
drive-through
in a
more than me.
drive-through. Yeah, I did have to
I
get
just got off work. Okay,
the
give me a break.
Taco Bell playoff MVP DoorDash like special this evening. It was fucking amazing.
So are we gonna watch Nightmare on Elm Street or what? What's going on?
Well, I mean, we've all already seen it.
Well, Mickey, oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh my gosh, there, Mickey.
Why there? What are you doing?
That's not a bad fucking Goofy, dude. That's a decent Goofy.
Thanks.
I gotta go breastfeed my daughter.
Thank you.
Oh, Jonathan, I didn't see you. I just seen your message there.
I canceled. Ooh, I canceled it.
Oh, you sure? I mean, we've been going for almost 3 hours anyway.
No, it's okay. I mean, I was just like, fuck, I don't want to talk, but I didn't want to cramp your style. So.
Ah, you good. That's what I was telling Jess earlier. It's like doing these things. It's like I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but at a certain point, there's so many of us. Everybody's gonna be doing something, at the same time.
Well, mine was like yours is like an actual show. Mine's just like, I want to bullshit. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah. It's all. I mean, it's all good if you want to do it though.
I don't care, man. We're just hanging out here. I don't know. Some of the other guys hop on here. Shit was good here.
Dan said he's letting the dogs out and he'd be on.
Dan, get in here. We gotta talk about that Grizzly Smith.
Oh man,
fucking Dark Side of the Ring, dude. I feel like I had to take a shower after that. That's fucked up. Like I knew that dude. Like I knew that there was some shit there.
Yeah.
But I didn't know how deep that went.
You getting off work?
Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Yeah. Mavs are playing tonight, Hayden.
Yeah, I think they lost.
I know. I'm
no,
really
they didn't.
bummed out.
Yeah. It was 6 point.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Did they win?
No.
No, hang on. Well, there's 18 seconds left if they can make 6 points.
Kawhi went off tonight, so
he fucking better. Dude, I really want to see a Dallas Phoenix Western Conference Finals now.
I do too. Yep. I do too. But man, dude.
I tell you what, though. I mean, nobody stands a chance in the finals. I mean, Brooklyn's going all the way, and there's zero chance that anybody's going to stop them.
Unfortunately, and that sucks, cause dude.
The Lakers had the best chance with a healthy LeBron and a healthy AD. Because they could play big, but that offseason being like a month and a half killed that team.
Yeah, I think it hurt a lot of teams.
Hurt the Heat too, man. I mean, we just can't play that deep into the fucking year. Damn, Luka, they're gonna lose in 7.
They better fucking not, dude.
They're gonna lose in 7, dude.
Nah, they're gonna go back. Nobody's won on the road yet. Everybody's won on the road.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's true.
That game's Sunday, so
104-97.
is it officially over?
There's 4 seconds.
Dude, that sucks, dude, because no one else but Luca has stepped up. It's like Luca's got to have 40 to win.
Well, who's he got? I mean, he's got Kristaps, but I mean,
he's hot garbage.
Yeah, I mean, that dude's like, he's always like one toe stub away from a 6-game fucking set out. But he's Tim Hardaway. Tim Hardaway's the shit, man. They're gonna have to pay him this year.
They ain't paying him. I'll say
They shouldn't have dealt away. They shouldn't have dealt away Seth Curry.
That's exactly what they should have done.
They should have kept him. I mean, Tim Hardaway's a decent enough 3-and-D guy, but he's not Seth.
Yeah, I think Lakers should definitely kept Rondo.
Yeah, dude, pay fucking like they should have paid Rondo, and just hung on to JaVale. Like, I don't know why that was their starting center. Why did they get rid of him for Montrezl Harrell?
And
an undersized 5
who's barely played this year.
Dude, he's played. I think they said he played 6 minutes or some shit in that Phoenix series. That was the reigning 6th man of the year right there too. Like, he just did not fit with that roster. Then you bring in like fucking Mark Gasol. Yeah, the Lakers really tanked it. Like, I wouldn't have spent that much money on Dennis Schroeder. Like, there's no way.
No, and that's the thing. It's like you won a championship last year. Why blow everything up?
Run it back. Like, Rondo, like, I don't know what did Rondo end up getting from Atlanta when he left? Like 19 mil a year or some shit? Make the room. Like, what were you they had to be paying Dennis Schroeder that much.
Yeah. And then Rondo goes to Clips. And he's played good other than that game 5.
Rondo's a fantastic point guard, man.
He's good. He's good in the playoffs.
Playoff Rondo.
Yes.
Any of you guys watched the Magic and Bird documentary? I guess it was a little older than I thought. Done about 10 years ago, but it's on HBO Max now.
Oh, yeah?
Magic and Bird, a courtship of rivalries.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
That's pretty good.
Larry Bird, from what I understand, could talk trash with the best of them. Yeah. Which has to be strange, just like by his appearance.
Yeah.
But watch that. He's a bad mother.
Oh, dude, Larry Bird is the shit, man.
Yeah.
Him, that little weird mustache.
It was almost weirder without it, though. If that can be pop, you can believe that.
I go to his hometown all the time just to hang out and gamble.
Wait, where's he from?
French Lick, Indiana.
French Lick?
Yeah.
French Lick. That's a nice town. It's a fucking nice town, dude.
It is.
Bad. That's where I went on my honeymoon there because I stayed at this big ass fucking like balling ass hotel that Al Capone used to stay at.
Oh, wait, the Broadmoor?
No, the West Baden.
Wait, what hotel?
West Baden.
Is it haunted?
It is haunted.
Hell yeah.
Jonathan, have you ever been to the indoor water park there?
I haven't, man. I've heard it's fun. I go up there and ride go-karts, though, with that go-kart track they got.
Yeah.
I think it's sweet. Like, you can straight up fucking hurt somebody on those things.
You ought to, man. Like, the indoor go-kart is nice. Water park.
I want to take the kid to the water park.
Yeah. I'll say it's like definitely nice.
Oh man, I'm gonna go to fucking Holiday World for the first time in like 10 years on Father's Day.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, no shit.
You guys with kids are kind of lucky. You get to like all this fun shit again that you used to do as a kid with your kids.
Like, it's fun to watch your kids do this shit, but like also I'm old, so like I don't want to be in the heat and like I'm gonna do that chafe thing with my legs, so I'm gonna have to pack like the Gold Bond. Yeah. Like, dude, I'm not looking forward to that. Like, I'm too fat. I'm too fat. I have to wear that weird T-shirt. I'm gonna have to find a weird T-shirt to wear at the water park. Like, it's a whole thing.
I want to take my kid to Holiday World this year, but it's like I don't know how much fun she'll have, just like me and her. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. How old's your kid?
She's 6.
Oh, she'll have fun. They're on some of those bumper boats. Let her go to town. Take her to Holodog Town. Daniel
Hey.
Shine.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Nothing much.
You weren't kidding. That Grizzly Smith episode is fucking rough.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant one to sit through.
No, I'm about to watch the Warrior one
What is-
tonight too.
What happened? Did he like kill a bunch of people?
Well, he might have killed one, depending.
Okay, so Jake the Snake Roberts, his dad is Grizzly Smith.
Yeah.
Grizzly Smith was dating Jake the Snake Roberts' grandmother and raped her 13-year-old daughter, Jake the Snake's mother.
What?
Yes. And that is
Oh,
probably
God.
the most normal thing that happened in that whole hour.
Yeah, it's bad.
Dude, Sam Houston had 20 fucking DUIs before he did 10 years for DUIs. How do you get that many DUIs? And like Jim Cornette said, he got caught 20 times. So how much did he do it?
I think that era was a lot easier to talk yourself out of stuff like that. I mean, you still can if you know an influential person, but I think back then it was just real easy for somebody of influence like a Grizzly Smith to talk to the right people and get it knocked down. Yeah, man. I mean, I knew about the pedo stuff with him to a degree.
Yeah.
But like they elaborate a little bit more. The fact that nobody like confronted him except his daughter finally about why he's driving around with like 9-year-olds.
Well, yeah, he shows up at her house with a 9-year-old girl.
Yeah.
What?
It says to make her a daiquiri.
Yeah. Like that's normal.
Wait, he was
Oh, yeah.
raping 9-year-olds?
He was a serial pedophile rapist. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they said like, what is it? Jake the Snake's mom was like 13.
she was 30. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Grizzly Smith was dating her mom.
Yeah.
Oh
when
my
it
God.
happened.
Man,
Like I said, dude, it kind of broke my heart when his daughter was like, "Well, I don't want to ruin. I'm not here to ruin anybody's legacy." It's like,
Legacy,
fuck
yeah.
that guy.
yeah.
Ruin it. Shit on it. Burn it.
And I don't know if you guys listen to is it Conrad? Is the dark side of the podcast?
Oh, yeah.
I
they
listen to
do-
Conrad, but I don't listen to that one.
It's really good because they go more in depth on like the episodes. Like every Friday after the new episode comes out, they do a podcast on it with them guys, and they go a lot more in depth. I just finished listening to the Grizzly Smith one earlier today.
I gotta ask, where the fuck did Conrad come from? Like he comes out, he does a podcast with every major wrestling person,
Well-
marries a Flair.
He was
Uh,
in mortgage stuff and he just
I think it
Yeah.
started with Flair.
So it
And
started
Flair
with
gave
David.
him all his references. Yeah.
he's married to Flair's other daughter.
Yeah. He's married to not Charlotte.
Yeah,
I
not
think
sure.
that's- I think that's where he got most of his connections was through Flair, and that's how. What's up, Jay? Hop on in.
DJ. Yeah, I mean, he's talked about it himself. I mean, it was like a right place, right time kind of scenario where, I mean, he was just like any of us. He just happened to land, the right
He
person.
just happened to marry Ric Flair's daughter. Like,
I don't think he was married to her yet when he first started.
Oh, really?
I want to say, I can't remember who he did the first one with. It might have been, I guess it might have been Flair, but I mean, he just exploded. I mean, he came out of nowhere.
he does like 7 podcasts a week.
He does a lot. He's actually not my favorite, but I do listen to him.
I really like, I don't even know if he's still doing it. I used to just listen to clips of it. Was Bruce Pritchard's podcast with him. I don't know if he even still does it because he's back full time with WWE, but
They do them every once in a while now.
well,
since
he
he's back in
he
WWE.
can't actually talk about anything now. Like, so it's kind of,
Oh yeah.
Past stuff. I mean, he can't criticize the product, though. I mean,
I'd still say like there's some stuff like it's a lot more likely that he won't tell the truth on some shit now.
yeah. He's never been a bridge burner, though. I mean, I mean, there
They
might
talk
be
some
something.
shit about Warrior though.
Oh yeah. Well,
You know,
everybody did.
Everybody fucking hates Warrior. Like, I don't know why they tried to paint this picture like that he was beloved. Everybody fucking hated
and
that guy.
that's what like is crazy to me is like they got this Warrior Award and for no reason. Everybody
He's a
knows
shitty
he's
person.
a piece of shit. And not only was he a piece of shit when he's in the business, he's a piece of shit out of the business when he's making all them anti-gay remarks and all that stuff.
I got a better one for you. He couldn't fucking work.
No.
He didn't need to. I mean, I will give him that. I mean, he had just something about him. He was a living cartoon.
He had a
and
good physique. That's about it. He had a nice
Yeah.
physique.
Good gimmick. I mean, I did used to love his promos. They made absolutely no sense. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'll never forget when he showed up in WCW in '98.
Oh, yeah, that was horrible.
I about shit my pants though, because I was like, that guy. Like, I was like, I thought he was fucking dead. And then, like, of course, Hulk Hogan's like, I thought you were dead. And I'm like, that's what I said, Hulk. Like,
that match they had was horrible.
Warrior Nation.
People actually showed up to that camp he had, the Warrior University, which was a huge scheme, apparently.
Isn't it ironic that his last match was like, was it Orlando Jordan?
Yeah, gay guy.
Yeah.
In Australia, yeah. I mean, not a great match, I guess. As good.
Still
as you
looking
expect
like
it to be.
Still looking swole though.
Yeah. I apparently they were thinking about a match with Ryback. Apparently, that was something that they were.
Now, is that from Ryback?
No, I think others have mentioned that.
Because I don't believe shit that Ryback says.
I have a feeling once they actually kind of saw him in person, they knew. I mean, not that he wasn't in shape, but like you could see like that there was something off about him. That
like I've seen Ryback discourage people from using steroids, or say that he doesn't use steroids. So I don't believe anything that he says. I'm like, yeah, dude, you're totally that big just because. That makes sense. No, that's a thing that happened. You're right.
It's going to be interesting with the new releases because, I mean, Strowman is still an amazing one that they let go, but
why? I can't figure that out, dude. I mean, he's like a year old. Like he just main evented a pay-per-view.
Well, it actually probably one of the best I've seen him. That was actually a really good performance by
Strowman's money. He's money. Work on his gimmick a little bit.
Yeah, he had some awkward moments on the mic, but yeah, the only thing I can think of that they said is a possibility was that he wanted to maybe get back into the strongman bodybuilding stuff.
I hope not. I hope he sticks around the business.
I hope so too. I mean, right now there's only so many marquee names that are full time. So I don't know. They just said it might have just been one of those money things, or they're trying to get as much off the books as they can before a sale. Which
that's what I keep hearing get kicked around, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second.
I mean, by the time they renegotiate the TV deals, they're not going to get as much money. So they might be at a point in the next couple of years where they're worth as much as they'll ever be worth. And that's just a theory. I don't know.
I've heard that this is there's more cuts to come too.
Yeah, they're trying to free up cash.
Which I think Braun Strowman's biggest issue was his contract was
huge.
Way too much money, which he's probably going to AEW anyway. So
Andretti just showed up.
What's up, Corey? Hop on.
What's up?
He's all elite.
Yeah.
Awful. Anyways. But.
Andretti? He can work, homie.
Andrade?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
But to me, AEW right now is doing everything WCW did. Wrong.
It's hard, dude. It's hard not to do that. Because what are you going to do? Are you not going to go after, okay, let's say Braun Strowman, for example. You're not going to hire fucking Braun Strowman.
I'll hire Braun Strowman. What I'm not going to do is hire Big Show.
Mark Henry. Yeah.
People, Christian.
Mark Henry made no sense. Christian makes sense. Big Show makes sense. From a commentary standpoint, whatever, with Big Show. Yeah.
I I don't think he's being paid though like a commentator.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. I'm sure he's decent enough at commentary. Although it's a little weird having a dude that huge at the commentary table that makes the wrestlers look like, dwarves,
And
basically. But
I don't like how everybody's kind of got creative control. Cody Rhodes buries everybody when they start getting going.
yeah, they signed too many people at the beginning that like Joey Janela is not a mainstream star. I mean, there's several others.
Jungle Boy just won that battle royal. Like, I got so many issues with that.
He has potential for the future. He's still a little.
Yeah. So are we gonna see Jungle Boy versus Omega?
I mean, Omega kind of has to win that one right now, but
has to.
Yeah. It depends how you book some of them. They signed too many guys. They have to go after the right people. Mark Henry's at the end of his career. I mean, I like Mark Henry, but does he make me want to tune in to watch Impact? No. And the problem is they've just had a bunch of releases that would make sense for them, but now you're paying big money to guys that
they have to get Strowman though. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Whatever number he asks for, they have to give it to him.
I would think they have to go for him because there's only so many people that are true needle movers just based on name value. Mm-hmm. But he is. I mean,
there's three out of those recent pickups they have to get. They have to get Strowman, number one, first and foremost. They really need to pick up Aleister Black as a mid card guy. He could really do a lot of shit for that mid card. Maybe even in the future, main event or whatever. And Lana, they're gonna have to pick her up just to keep Miro happy.
I don't necessarily. I think they need to focus right now because their women's division, they have some potential, but it's not
don't let her wrestle.
Good.
Don't let her wrestle.
Yeah, a character. I mean, she has a big social
media.
Go
back to managing.
I actually would throw in Ruby Riott. She's one that can really. I mean, they just did nothing with her. I think she's lost like 90% of all of her matches. She's really, really good, and if they book her right, I think she's money. Another one, putting him in a love angle with an 18-year-old girl was kind of stupid, but Buddy Murphy's an amazing worker. Like, he is really, really good. I mean, they kind of grinded him into the ground, so you can't exactly bring him in and make him a champion. But if you slow build him, there is a lot of potential. But yeah, Black, Murphy, Ruby, they're kind of no-brainers. They'll either go there or they'll go to Impact. I mean, or New Japan. I mean, New Japan could be even interested in Strowman.
So, I'm sure I don't want to keep it on wrestling too long. Sorry, Jake.
Yeah.
So have you read where like WWE and New Japan are supposedly working on a collaboration kind of deal?
It could be interesting. I don't know how that will work.
What do they do with Moxley?
Oh, I mean, how
do you handle that?
The thing is, like, if they have a combined show, I mean, that will be 60, 70,000 people in the Tokyo Dome. It will draw, especially in Japan. Now, in the US, a casual fan, are they going to care that much that Tanahashi is on Raw? That's where I don't know.
What I can't wrap my head around is, like, why can't they share talent like they used to back in the territory days?
Like, I think that's where it's moving towards.
That would constantly create a buzz. Yeah. You'd always have these fresh faces coming in that already have a built-in fan base. It doesn't make sense. Like, when they don't have anything for Strowman, you give Strowman to somebody else.
Yeah, 6 months. Go spend the next 6 months in Japan doing something.
And then you can do all these crossover shows that you can have like a real like bragging rights kind of pay-per-view or whatever. But
you could, yeah. It would benefit WWE in Japan. I don't know. I mean, again, and then where does that leave AEW? Because they're not going to work with AEW.
No, I'm surprised they worked with them at all. By the way, because I understood that was a real sore spot when they started AEW. Like, they were going to give Kenny Omega the moon.
Oh yeah, yeah, they were good. But then look at like Gallows and Anderson; they got main event money, and then they were just released. So
Yeah.
so they may not have cared that much after a while. Which I don't get releasing Aleister Black when he just was put in a big program with Big E.
Yeah.
It just then. Oh no, we're gonna release you.
Big E push versus Apollo Crews for the next 3 months.
Yeah. Yeah, for as big a roster as they have, you do see a lot of the same matches, which is one issue.
And like Baron Corbin's still there, and Aleister Black, Braun Strowman's not.
Yeah,
I think Corbin is somebody's friend.
He gotta be, because he's awful.
Like he's got to be buddies with Trips.
Something, because he's not. Nothing about him is any good. I hated him from the whole Lone Wolf when he had the long hair, but he really was going bald.
I miss that. I miss Corbin with like just trying to hang on to that hair.
Yeah, well, he's probably lower on the pay scale, so they hold. Honestly, by their logic, one guy, and he's great, but Dolph Ziggler's pretty high up money-wise right now. And not, again, no fault of his own, but they've made him kind of irrelevant through his booking. So he's one I could see them just saying, like, does it make sense paying this guy 7 figures and just release him?
Now, see, that's somebody that, like, AEW would need to avoid signing. Because if you sign him and, like, make him legitimate, like, or try to make him legitimate, like, WWE's already tarnished him enough.
He needs to go away for a few years.
Yeah.
Now, Impact, maybe it'd make a little more sense right now.
Yeah, I could see him as Impact World Champion.
Yeah, but yeah, AEW, I think that perception wouldn't be good because they're just signing too many. You got to sign the right ones. Yeah.
I like the Christian signing. Sorry. I just do.
Yeah, he needs to put people over. I don't see him in the title picture though. Right
no,
now.
that'd be a bad idea. I mean, it's a bad idea to put the title on Jericho in the first place.
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's just
Hey, did you see?
now.
Have you seen?
Because he was
Go ahead.
the one name that's, out of all of the guys, that's the most popular.
You know what I really noticed once Jericho signed with AEW is that Vince must have stayed on his ass about his body.
Yeah.
He must have been all over him about his body, and now nobody cares what Chris Jericho looks like. Have you seen Fozzie's new video, Jake?
Oh yeah, at Holiday World.
At Holiday World, yeah.
He's got to wind down because he could be a year or two away to becoming what Kurt Angle sadly became at the end. And I'd hate to see that, but
man, I kind of forget how old Chris Jericho is, like how long that dude's been around.
Yeah, 50 or 51, I believe now, something like that. Yeah,
I think like he was right there in the mix with Austin and The Rock and all them, and he was just always so much younger than everybody that you never thought about it. But he's been around.
Oh yeah,
and he's been relevant for as long as he's been around, which is
I'm ready for that XPW behind the Dark Side of the Ring. By the way, that's the one I want to see.
We're going to have a special show on that since that's where kind of everybody comes from. Mm-hmm. And we have a guest from XPW, a big one. So, I can't say.
Oh, damn.
We've got at least one guest from XPW.
That's like going to be the second to last episode, right?
It is.
Yeah, it's later.
I thought Jake was going to do a bump there for a minute. I didn't know what the hell he had in his hand. I was like, what the heck? That was the second to last one. And then, woo! All right, let's get the party started.
Darkside's been pretty good this year, actually. There hasn't been a bad episode.
The ones I really, really want to see are at the end of the year. Like, Plane Ride from Hell. I want some inside info on that. Nobody's ever fucking talked about that.
No, because there was a lot of stuff that went on just on one plane ride.
Naked Ric Flair.
Flair came out of the bathroom in just his robe and started flashing everybody.
Yeah.
Then there was
Brock Lesnar and Mr. Perfect.
Yeah, Perfect said he could
Wrestling?
like out wrestle him, and then they like apparently started sparring like on the plane, and Lesnar, I guess, rammed him against like the wall so hard they thought they might knock out the door.
Yeah. Did X-Pac cut off someone's ponytail, or did he get his ponytail cut off?
The only other one
They
I
cut off
remember,
Michael Hayes' ponytail.
Yeah, there was some crazy stuff. And then
Vince was on that plane, wasn't he?
I believe so, if I remember.
What the hell? Then why did so many people get fucking fired when the plane touched down?
I believe he was, but it's been the only other thing I remember is one of the flight attendants being harassed by Scott Hall and Dustin Rhodes. That was
Dustin Rhodes was on that flight.
Yeah, he was, because Hall and Dustin got in a lot of trouble. I know they were two of the troublemakers.
So Hall got fired.
Perfect got fired.
Perfect got fired. Who else?
Dustin might have been at that point, because I mean he's been.
They fired pretty much everybody who wasn't Ric Flair and Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, they were pretty pissed off, because that was that's going to be a good episode. They kind of just
talk about it.
That's interesting to me, because I mean I guess Scott Hall would probably talk about it at this point. I mean he doesn't have anything to lose. X-Pac will talk about it.
Jim Ross will talk about it.
Yeah, Ross will. Cornette, I'll be on that one, I'm sure.
I love Jim Cornette. I can't help it.
Yeah. He's brutally honest, which is always.
But he's also like just an encyclopedia on wrestling.
Oh yeah, I'd like to. Do you remember when Santino Marella was at the same event? I don't know if you remember that story in Developmental.
Yes, where he slapped Santino for no selling Boogeyman, right?
Yeah, he was laughing, I guess, during the entrance, and you know, Cornette slapped the shit out of him, and Santino's a legit martial artist too.
That's why Cornette. That's how Cornette got relieved of his duties at OVW.
Yeah. If you Google the video, there's actually you could tell Santino was trying to get him to do something so he could beat the shit out of him. But
Santino was new too. Like he was like fresh in OVW.
Yeah, he said he was doing like a Russian gimmick. I think it was Boris Alexiev or something like that. He said he knew, like, if he retaliated, he'd be the one fired. So he just took it. But yeah, can't be slapping people. I think Cornette was not destined to continue much longer with WWE.
Cornette still lives in Louisville.
So
need to look him up sometime.
Yeah, I think he lives in his grandmother's house.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Did Cornette not make any money?
Oh, he made
it.
Yeah, he made Cornette, I think, did quite well. If you actually look at, I mean, he was around during the periods where you did, make big money. So, yeah. I mean, he's a smart guy. I don't agree with everything, but he's a smart guy.
They need to induct him in the Hall of Fame. But I guess he made an Ethiopian joke or some shit on NWA, so that probably won't ever happen now.
Yeah, but you have a Warrior Award.
That's true.
Yeah.
Same guy that said worse.
But I mean, Smoky Mountain Pro Wrestling, and then he ran OVW when Brock and Randy and John Cena came through,
Batista, Shelton.
Yeah, I mean, he cranked him out of there, man.
He did. Yeah, no, he's responsible for a lot of really good things. Ring of Honor too, which he doesn't get credit for. He got them that Sinclair deal. Yeah. So Ring of Honor probably wouldn't still be around, and look at all the stars they created. So yeah, no, I like Cornette. I feel like there might be an episode just on him at some point.
It'd be great.
Yeah, because there's just so much.
Get Vince Russo on there, bro.
Oh God.
When we did you remember when we did the Sean Oliver show? Yeah, I don't think so. I think we asked him, didn't we?
Yeah, we tell you what are the odds. What can we do? I don't know, man. I think
No.
enough money, both of them would do it.
Mm.
You'd be writing a big check. Russo would do it, but I think it's one of those
Russo doesn't
things.
flat out fucking hate Jim Cornette. Like Jim Cornette wants to murder. Like the only thing saving Vince Russo from murder is the law, because because Cornette would absolutely kill him.
Oh yeah, well he said so. That's
yeah. Wasn't there a voicemail that got released?
He's had a few voicemails. I think it was just like I will fucking kill you and then I'll go have a sandwich and I'll laugh.
What, dude, I want to go. Like I want Jim Cornette to teach me how to chew ass, because it's an art form. The fucking Dairy Queen video, like.
I still watch that once in a while. It's so funny.
He just fucking whips the window open.
She said something to him and he just completely exploded. And it's funny who was in the car too. I know it was Chris Jericho
was there.
And, maybe was Lance Storm there at that point. I don't know, but there were a few other.
Yes, because they were a tag team at that point.
Yeah, Jericho filmed it. Like you can hear him laughing in the background the whole time.
What was their tag team?
The Thrill Seekers, wasn't
there
it?
You go, Thrill Seekers,
yeah. So
one of them got all of the charisma.
I can't remember the exact quote, but somebody in the back's like, "Yeah, we're not going to want to eat the food now at this point."
Dude, Cornette is fucking losing it. Although I've been there. At a drive-thru, I've been to that point. I just didn't do it.
What really got him is when I don't know what she said is like, just like, "Sir, you gotta be patient" or something. Like she made some kind of comment, and then he just it just went off completely.
My dad was detained at a drive-thru once by the police. Yeah, he kind of went Cornette. It involved some French fries, and they were thrown at someone. It was a bad deal.
Oh, wow.
Funny though. Yeah, funny.
Did they give him not give him what he was supposed to get, or was it?
Yeah, like that's how it started. And like he ordered 2 apple pies he just wanted 2 apple pies from McDonald's. And he rolled in. I was with him, and he orders his pies, and he gets there. He gets up front, he pays for it. He gets the second thing, and they hand him 2 fries, and he's like, "Oh, excuse me, man. I saw the whole thing go down. He's like, excuse me, I ordered 2 apple pies, not fries." And she ignored him and like shut the thing. And so he like tapped on the thing, and he's like, "I ordered," and she said, "The damn monitor says you ordered fries." And then he just flung them, and then like it kind of she ducked or moved, and the manager was behind her. So the manager just gets popped in the head with a thing of fries, and it kind of does it just kind of like forehead and fries go like flying.
Yeah.
I'm saying he wasn't completely in the wrong, but
no, I mean, I would. Yeah, I mean, I would be kind of mad in that case too, because if you work at fast food, like the orders are screwed up a lot.
Yeah, so, and like he wasn't like legitimately wasn't being an asshole.
No. Just give the man his pies, and I mean, at that point, let him keep the fries.
It was so funny. He didn't want. He just flung the. It was like a perfect fucking shot, dude. Pow.
Did he didn't try and drive off after that, or like detained by the cops, or?
Yeah. Well, it was like they were. She told him she was going to call the cops, and then like he cracked a joke about like that's going to look great in the newspaper. Like McDonald's employee assaulted by fries, like, and then there was like a whole thing that went down, and she said she was going to call the cops, and we just left.
Yeah,
they did give him the pies though, and he threw them promptly in the garbage. And he took to me, and he looked at me. He's like, "You don't want to eat those."
Yeah, I was going to say somebody licked those pies or threw them on the ground or did something.
Yeah, you don't want to eat those.
My dad's been on the verge once or twice. I mean, just verbally but where I'm just like, I really don't want to eat it now. I just, you know?
My dad, I love my dad to death. He's great. Like he owned a restaurant for many, many years. Very successful restaurant. But he wouldn't take that shit off people either. Like,
Oh yeah,
and he's not a big dude either. But this is a funny story too. This has nothing to do with anything, but I'll tell it right now. When I was like 5, somebody took a swing at one of our employees at the restaurant.
oh wow,
And my dad broke his fucking ribs.
oh.
Yeah, he punched him, and the dude fell, and then he stomped his ribs until he broke them.
I was gonna say it's hard to break them with a punch. I mean, you can.
No, I mean, yeah, no, yeah. He knocked the dude down, and the dude got caught between a chair and a table, and he just stomped the shit out of him until the cops got there. And then the cops held the other dude while my dad went and filed charges at the courthouse.
That's a wise, yeah. Beat them to the punch because you know they're gonna try and.
No.
I mean, I don't know if it was on video or what at that point.
Oh no, this was like 1995.
Oh, okay.
It was just funny.
Oh yeah, you can't swing on somebody. I mean, you get what you get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited for the shows coming up. I don't know what we have left. Plane Ride, XPW.
There's actually quite a bit left.
Yeah, they greenlit a lot.
It's got to be like
14 episodes. And all.
Yeah.
I didn't care for the Pillman episodes. I'm being honest.
Oh really?
Collision in Korea is the one for me. I didn't care for them.
Okay, Dynamite Kid's coming up.
Yeah, that's the next one. I was trying to think.
And then what's Ion? What is this?
Ion?
It's known as Johnny Canine, Bruiser Bedlam, Tara's Bulba. He's a member of Satan's Choice, a biker gang. I don't know. I've never heard of this dude.
I know they were doing a few more obscure because there's some like not big wrestlers, but there's some pretty interesting stories out there.
Dude, they're doing McMahon steroid case.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
and they actually got the lawyer who was the WWE lawyer during that whole thing.
Oh shit.
That'll be. You know who's responsible for them losing? I mean, not solely, but you remember Nails, the prisoner guy, did the gimmick. He was one of the prosecution's top witnesses, and he screwed him because he was such a bad witness during when he was being interviewed, because they were trying to portray a lot of these wrestlers as just bitter ex-employees. I mean, that was their kind of strategy. And in the middle of him being interviewed, he turns and looks at Vince and he's like, "I hate your stinking guts." And he just, they said, like, if you were in the courtroom, the lawyer just threw his hands up because, you
just let him go.
Yeah. Well, he tried to. He's actually was on the banned list because I don't remember which WrestleMania, but he went in and physically threatened Vince over his payout. So he was blacklisted. Like, he was just done forever after that. And he went to the Indies and everything. But so yeah, he just, they said he was like the worst possible witness. He would just like glare at people, give them the stink eye, like he was in gimmick basically, and he killed them. So yeah, that's Nails'
contribution. Totally. Yeah. McMahon should have unbanned him since he got him out of jail.
Really should have, yeah.
What is Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling?
Oh yes, that's a lot of the Japanese deathmatch stuff. The exploding ring. Really? Yeah, Onita. Yeah, they're doing that too. I forgot.
The Nick Gage episode was good.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Deathmatch stuff.
Yeah, he's done some crazy shit. I always wanted to see Kruger, the Flesh Wound, have a death match with him. Still could. Never know. I know that's a dream match for him.
See, I don't know, maybe you too, Dan. I know you're more deathmatch wrestling, man. It's just like, I don't know. It's not my thing. I don't.
It's not my thing either.
I'm trying to think because it's like I can watch Mick Foley do the same shit and it's like awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if it's because I think Mick Foley could actually go have a 5-star match without props. And a lot of these guys can't.
Oh yeah, no. There's good and bad deathmatch wrestling. I mean, if you do it right and have some psychology to it, there's also just smash deathmatch wrestling, which can be fun live, but you can't do it on TV. And but the good ones, if you go back and watch like the Funk Foley deathmatch stuff, they were definitely telling
that's
the
what I'm
story.
saying. That stuff, that's what Jake's getting at too. That stuff's really good. It's really fun.
Yeah, you'll see some of that in FMW because FMW is really influential to ECW, XPW, and I mean they did a lot of stuff first. So it's another one I think people will enjoy.
And of course, there's a Chris Canyon episode. That's what's gonna.
I can't wait for that, dude. I used to love Chris Canyon.
Who better than Canyon?
He was really probably one of the most underrated in the ring of all time. Yeah. He was doing certain things that nobody did till like a decade later. It's a shame they could have gotten. He had the lisp. He wasn't going to be, he was never going to be John Cena, but you could have gotten a lot more out of him. He was really good.
He killed himself, right?
Yeah, he killed himself. Yeah,
there was some I mean, of course he was gay. I know that came out, but at one point didn't he come out and then say it was a publicity stunt or something? Like there was something really weird with that.
He didn't say that himself. There was a lot of people that were speculating because he apparently pitched. If I recall, I thought he pitched like a gay gimmick to WWE. And they didn't do it at the time. He
began what was thought to be a gimmick in which he was an openly gay wrestler. Okay. I see what you're saying. They thought it was Canyon later told reporters and radio personalities it was a publicity stunt.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I mean, I know it wasn't because I know, DDP and some of his friends said, they finally realized. Because I guess he was never at the strip clubs or, he never was with anybody.
Yeah,
which,
he acknowledged it later. It was just, I guess at that point he wasn't ready to.
I'm kind of curious if him pitching that was his way of getting it out there sort of deal. Afraid of that episode's going to be really interesting because I liked him as Mortis too. I mean, kind of a goofy gimmick, but not goofy at the time.
Chris Canyon was great, dude. I mean, I loved him in WCW.
Yeah,
I didn't I wasn't big on the Mortis gimmick, but.
Yeah, but for the time, there was a lot of dumb gimmicks. That one could have worked. Like, it wasn't so stupid that you couldn't just make it a little darker and make it work.
So there was Glacier, Mortis, and there was a third one, wasn't there?
You had Wrath at one point.
Wrath.
Brian Clark. There's a lot. There's people that were in WCW that you don't even remember were there. They signed so many guys. At certain points. I was a big Crowbar guy. He was one I was disappointed never got to WWE. He can still go too. He's got an interesting Twitter. I don't think he's wrestled though. I think the pandemic killed him because there was like a petition when Cody was doing the open challenge stuff. I was really disappointed that we were getting like Warhammer and they didn't maybe book a Crowbar for that, which I think would have been interesting.
Fucking Shark Boy. I just How funny was that Shark Boy Stone Cold gimmick?
I liked that. Yeah, I actually thought it was funny.
That's the fishing line.
He kind of kept doing that after that. That was kind of like his gimmick.
Really well.
He did.
Dude, how shitty was that? He had to chug clam chowder or oyster juice or whatever the fuck it was.
Was that before or after he tagged with New Jack?
After.
He tagged with New Jack?
He did.
TNA.
Short-lived, but that was actually some really good stuff because you got to see New Jack in a different light because he did comedy really well. New Jack was a funny guy when he wanted to be.
I do remember that now. Actually, I remember Shark Boy being in like a little fucking pool, a little kids pool.
Yeah, you can Google some of their segments. That was actually really entertaining. I think they could have gotten more out of it.
I legit hate that New Jack passed away recently.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere too, man. Like, I love New Jack. He's probably one of my favorite ECW originals.
Oh yeah, he was one when that music hit. You just kind of knew.
His shit in Smoky Mountain Wrestling was amazing. Like his promos and shit.
Yeah, OJ promo.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
He knew how to get them.
You know, he would have, that version of New Jack would have fit in super well in the Attitude Era.
That would have.
It's a shame that never happened. It really is a shame he ended up going the ECW route. Not that he was ever like a legit worker, but he could talk.
Yeah, but he started. I mean, he was kind of like a Sabu, where I mean, he was a trained proper wrestler. I don't think he ever would have been famous as just a standard wrestler.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think he realized he found what worked, and that's what he did. Sabu could wrestle. I mean, he really could, but it's like people don't want to see me have a scientific match. They paid to see me moonsault through tables and do a Sabu match.
Have any of y'all watched the RVD biography on the WWE Network yet?
Yeah.
It's really good. His wife,
Katie Forbes.
Oh man,
she's
years younger than him.
Yeah, she's quite a bit younger than him.
Dude, he's looking rough. Like as he's getting bloated,
and he's only 50. Is the thing? It's like, and he's looking.
But he just kind of went like it was like a switch. Like he looked exactly the same for like 20 years.
Oh, that DUI really ruined his career.
Yeah. Well, it didn't ruin it, but he never
got that top spot.
Yeah, that was over.
They didn't want him to have the fucking top spot, and that just gave him an excuse to take it off of him.
I remember when he won that belt from Cena at One Night Stand. That was huge. That was just big.
I remember that sign that said, "If Cena wins, we riot." I believe it.
Remember when he threw the shirt and then the fat dude like wiped his ass with it and just threw it back at him?
Yeah.
Them were like two of my favorite pay-per-views, man.
They were.
Like
the first one's really good.
And the energy.
Really
yeah.
Get a ECW crowd in a WWE environment.
That's what it feels like at UEW. I mean, obviously, UEW's, not as big. You don't get the giant crowds, but you still get that feeling like you might actually get hit with something. They just had the Supreme Memorial show. That's why Todd's been so busy this last week. They've been they just had that, which a lot of XPW people came back for it. So I'm excited once we do that episode. I think it's going to be really, really good.
You think they'll cover the whole ECW invasion on the XPW one?
Oh yeah, I can't imagine they won't. I mean, it's like we talked the other day. There's so much to cover there because you have the trial, the obscenity charges and everything with Rob Black and his wife Lizzie. You've got Messiah, getting his. Well, they tried to cut his dick off, but there's a lot. I mean, XPW was wild.
I was actually reading up on that dude, Rob. Like, he comes from like fucking porn royalty. Like, everyone in that dude's family does something with porn.
Yeah. He's not very well liked.
No, but like everybody, like his cousins were directors, like his parents owned a fucking porn shop.
Mm-hmm. There've been adult film stars at UEW events because Jungle Boy actually started in UEW. That's where he first had his first match, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Luke. They kept it a secret back then, but Luke Perry would be at shows, and I mean, I think a couple people knew. I think Todd might have known. I have to ask him, but basically, yeah. I mean, that's kind of where he got his start. If you look at some of the UEW stuff. It's Jungle Boy's first matches. Been some others. I know Timothy Thatcher had an early match with UEW. Trying to think who else. Probably not one you'd know, but Ray Rosas, who's kind of an up and comer. He had a lot of different stuff there. Peter Avalon's another guy from AEW that kind of did some early stuff there. So it'll be interesting. Hopefully, I know we have one, and there's a big one we're trying for too. So we have at least one big one, maybe two for the XPW show.
That'd be sweet.
Get the franchise.
Huh?
Get the franchise.
We're sending out feelers for a lot of people. We'll see.
It feels like that dude is
him.
entirely full of shit.
Who?
Shane Douglas.
Oh, yeah. He was great on the mic though.
He was, but I feel like he is full of shit. Like anytime I see him in like a shoot interview or whatever, I'm just like, does not sound like the way that probably went down. Like that seems very convenient for you. Like,
he's a super nice guy though.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
He was managing a Target there for a while.
Yeah, Just Incredible did that too. Yeah.
Really? That's not a bad gig. Like I don't know a lot of people talked about like shit about that. That's a 6-figure job, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
like,
well, I think he might have been like assistant man, but Just Incredible talked about it in an interview because when ECW failed, he's like a lot of those guys, except like RVD and maybe a couple others, is like they weren't getting paid shit because they knew like where else are you gonna go at that point? There's no WCW, there's no there's nowhere else to go. So he said like when people would like mock him for working at Target, he's like, honestly, I was making just about as much. Like that's how crazy it was at that point. They were not paying a lot of money to those ECW guys. You just hope that you do well enough that then you could move up, basically.
Probably hoped your check would clear back in some days.
Just Incredible cursed at me when I was 13.
At an ECW show?
No, it was a WCW show. It was a house show.
You mean WCW?
WWE, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say he's one of the few that WCW never got.
What is going on?
What's up?
What's up?
So loud.
Oh, sorry. I've got all three kids are here.
Yeah, we're talking Dark Side of the Ring.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Grizzly one yet, but I don't know you guys talking about it.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, that's one of those ones. Like, I don't believe in canceling people, but if he was alive, I would cancel the shit out of Grizzly Smith.
I would, like, if somebody shot the dude in the face, I'd be like, yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah, no, he was evil.
Yeah,
there's some guys back then. I mean, certain things weren't proven with some others, but I mean, like Moolah, there was some stuff about her that was, pretty questionable.
Who raped Roddy Piper?
Well, supposedly Pat Patterson.
Yeah,
that's what it was. Yeah,
I don't. Now, there's a lot of stories with him. There's some people.
Pat Patterson ain't making me do nothing I don't want to.
And with him though, nothing was like. Although I don't know, that's a hell of a thing to lie about, though. That's the only. I mean, it's particularly.
Yeah, I hear shit about like Brooklyn Brawler and shit too, though.
Yeah, Brawler. Nicole Bass sued WWE over apparently Brawler fondling her somewhere.
You touch her dick?
Might have.
Sorry, y'all remember her? Like when everybody was like, "Oh, China." I remember like when everybody would hate on China for being ugly, but like once she had some work done,
yeah, compared
not bad.
Porno? You watch that porno?
No, I mean, yeah, of course it is. But I'm talking about like Playboy China.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wasn't a damn
China
thing
was
wrong there.
That China was a 10 compared to Nicole Bass.
Nah, Nicole Bass was a nice dude, I'm sure, but it was. That's not even like a stretch for a joke. Like that's legit. Like
there's stories I can tell about her. I can't do it on air, but
she
yeah,
did
she was
some
in,
work with your boy Rob Black.
Yeah, she was in XPW.
Yeah, she did some videos for the other production company that he owned too.
Not sexual,
not sex, but it was fetish videos.
Yeah, she was like just like beating the shit out of John Kronos and
assault a watermelon or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it was all like weird bondage stuff. It was funny. They would chant horrible things to her though. Like out of anybody, oh man, she got it bad. She was.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying, like when WWF signed her, the idea was that was going to be a huge match with China at some point, but she could never work. That was the problem. Yeah. China wasn't going to carry her to anything.
I was wondering if Corey, you were still here in the chat listening to this conversation.
Poor Jess over here.
Yeah, sorry if you're not not.
This kind of happened. Sorry.
I was. Most of it I was spacing out and then looking up stuff while I was off camera, what you guys were talking about, and just listening in. And
look at that.
Well, you look at exactly.
Would you look at it?
But my buddy Corey knows a lot of what you're talking about, I'm sure.
Yeah, he said I think he went to look in the show where feature Seth Rollins as security. Which, yeah. I mean, you're from, Jess, I don't know if you know, you're from Seth Rollins' home state.
Yeah.
Tyler Black.
I was not aware of that. Or he probably told me, and I.
Colby Lopez.
I think one of your intros, I don't know if it's on Jay's show. I think it might even be yours, Dan. He thinks that's in one of the local armories. That wrestling.
Oh, the dude doing
the backflip,
the backflip kick. Yeah. Corey thinks he recognizes that place. So,
what were you getting ready to say, Corey?
I was just gonna say, as a whole, wrestling is so depressing to me now. Like, I can't watch it.
Nah, I can't either.
Raw is the problem. SmackDown wasn't bad today. Like the Roman stuff's pretty good, to be honest. But Raw is atrocious.
Yeah.
I'm not invested in any of those characters anymore.
I'd like to see them combine rosters again, to be honest.
It made everything feel more special. Like if you were the champ, if you were the champ when there was one belt, it was a little bit more special. There's always going to be an asterisk for these guys that were champions solely during a dual brand kind of deal.
Yeah, we can experiment with Jinder Mahal or somebody like that. With
as long as we got somebody on the A show that's like worth it.
Mm-hmm.
At least Jinder had cool music.
He did.
They buried that boy.
Yeah.
After that.
He's back on TV now, though.
I don't know if you guys. I was kind of listening to you guys. You know, I was driving home and just listening as I was driving. Did you guys talk about the rumors of the company being sold?
Yeah, briefly.
Touched on it, yeah.
I never would have thought that would be a possibility while Vince McMahon was alive.
I mean, if they wait, this could still be a few years off, but if they wait too long, the ratings aren't good enough that they're going to get as much money for the next TV deal. So that's like the big speculation. Like if they're going to sell it, now it might be sold with some conditions that, they're still running it. But once you sell it, you sell it. You don't have complete control.
See, I think that I think he's selling it solely to fund the relaunch of ISO Pro.
Dude,
XFL didn't work out. So, how pissed do you think he is at The Rock that he bought the XFL out of fucking bankruptcy?
I have to. He would never admit it, but he has to be a little annoyed, especially if finally it works. If The Rock's the one that makes it work.
Felt bad for him because, like, I thought the XFL was doing a lot better, and then fucking COVID happens.
Yeah, it was one of those things that it killed dead. That was just
like
yeah.
I felt like he did it right this time. He didn't. He separated it as far away from WWE as he could.
You guys are bigger football people. Is there enough of a want for another football league? I mean,
not.
I wouldn't think so.
It's always going to be a B tier.
Here's the problem. I thought
it's going to be considered semi-pro if it's going to make it something local.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like the one like they had a team in St. Louis. Okay, St. Louis lost to the Rams a few years ago.
Yeah,
that was really popular there. Don't put these damn teams in cities that already have teams.
Yeah,
that makes no sense at all.
Don't put them in Los Angeles. Don't put them in New York.
Yeah.
Don't.
And do not put them in NFL stadiums. Put them in like soccer stadiums where it looks better.
Yeah, you'll fill that.
Yeah.
You're still always going to have subpar talent, though, because they just cannot pay what the NFL can pay. So, it's going to be like NBA. I mean, no, NBA, ABA was a pretty bad example because they were pretty equal. I don't know what it's like. But.
Who's the controversial guy? I forget his name. The kneeling. What's his name?
Colin Kaepernick.
Do you think they could get somebody like him as?
It's beneath Kaepernick. Like,
yeah,
I don't think it's beneath him because he ain't that good. I think he wanted too much money and they wasn't.
No. I mean, Kaepernick. It's like Kaepernick going and playing fucking indoor arena football or some shit.
Yes, but for me, being a massive football fan, it was nice to have that when there was no football. It scratched that itch I had to wait all that time. So I enjoyed it. But yeah, you're right. The talent just ain't there to have another premier football league.
Yeah, it's just shallow talent pool. Plus, anybody that really broke out in that league would
to the NFL.
Would go to the NFL. So,
yeah, I could have seen Vince making a play just for publicity, but then again, it's with him, you get the negative too.
I think they reached out to Kaepernick and he was just wanting more money than they was willing to pay.
Mm.
Yeah.
But yeah, his endorsement stuff is probably worth a lot more than they give him.
Yeah.
I think go ahead.
I know that when they started it, that other league started too, the Alliance of American Football or something like that Dick Ebersol's son started. I know the NFL was like pulling for these leagues, so they'd be kind of like a developmental league almost for the NFL. But
well, here's the deal: if the NFL really wants to use it that way, throw a little cash in,
right?
And that you can float it that way.
Yep.
No, that'd be interesting. When they relaunched it, I mean, my whole thing was like, well, this isn't like the smash mouth football that they originally pitched because you can't do that now. I don't even remember what restrictions they had or what restrictions they lifted back in the day.
It wasn't really restrictions lifted. They did some really weird shit. Like they didn't do a coin toss. They did a scramble. And
it was shorter.
Like people getting fucking hurt immediately.
Yeah.
They wanted. I think what they really wanted to do is they wanted to make NFL Blitz the game, like the game.
Yeah.
And like we just drop kick somebody.
But, I mean, instead of a high school, college, there's no more room for that's your whole weekend. But these leagues, they were in the off season to get away from that.
Plus, fuck the NCAA.
I still love college football. I mean, I agree. Them guys
let them kids make money. Let them kids make money. Fuck them.
But let's see. Jess, you went to high school with a guy that's got a pinfall victory over Seth Rollins.
Nice.
And then he's pretty sure that that's y'all's hometown.
For the longest time when I trained, I thought I would see some of the guys like make it. Nobody did, but there was we had a football player, not NFL, but I mean that looked like a Greek god. I mean, I'm amazed he didn't get signed somewhere. We had that was kind of like the era though, where a lot of people, if you came from a sport, you just went, "Oh, wrestling, I'm automatically going to be a star." And there was one guy in the training camp that was saying such basically to different people, and God, he got brutalized.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't know what it's going to take to get that exciting feel back. The live crowds are coming back, so that is a silver lining.
That'll help. But
It will. It will. At least they can boo the stupid shit.
yeah,
I honestly almost hope they do sell out. So maybe somebody, whoever's in control, can do the right thing. Because it's just not it now.
No.
Like, how many times do I want to see Drew McIntyre versus Bobby Lashley? I don't give a fuck. At this point, I don't care.
Yeah.
No one cares.
Well, the rumors are that Brock's going to be back for SummerSlam. Becky Lynch is going to be back. They're just saving all their big surprises.
Like, Becky, yeah, I care. Brock, I don't care. Don't put him in the – could you just put him against Drew McIntyre one-on-one? No title. It doesn't have to be. Or
Yeah,
Bobby
they don't need it.
Lashley. But they think they have to. And there's just, like, no story anymore. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I still love it. I always probably will. But it's in a very bad place. And it has been for a while.
so I'm assuming, I don't know if this is true or not, but I would have to assume that like house shows are done, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they are doing some, but I think it's going to be. I mean, it's like some of the guys were saying, like some of those loops, they do a town where there's no way they're making a lot, any money really.
But that's such a huge revenue stream.
Yeah, they lose so much money on house shows though. Like it's a money losing proposition.
Like, how much money do you think they make when they come to Bowling Green, Kentucky?
And that's the thing. I mean, they may do the occasional show in like big markets, but they had cut down house shows before the pandemic.
Yeah.
The last like 6 months, they had cut down quite a bit. They were canceling all sorts of SmackDown shows because I believe that last year they said house shows, like they were almost like dead, breaking even. So why run your guys into the ground? You know, and it's only a matter of time before it's losing money, and then it doesn't make any sense. Why are you killing people to, like you said, you're only going to make so much money in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It is what it is.
The Corvette Museum's there, damn it.
I did get to see Triple H, John Cena.
Yeah.
Who else was there? It was that Randy Orton. It was that era.
Oh man.
So I can say I was blessed enough to see everybody that I've ever wanted to wrestle live.
I've never seen Sting.
I haven't seen Sting, but as far as WWE goes, I guess. Because I got to see.
It's too late now.
Austin. I got to see Rock.
I never saw Austin or Rock. Damn.
Punk. I got to see Punk. Shawn Michaels. So
I saw just about everybody, but I don't think I ever saw Batista live, which was kind of weird.
or his dick.
Yeah. I don't think
so I can't tell you how big it is.
Yeah, the house show that I went to, I only went to one house show because I was like, I'm never doing that again. They kind of feel redundant. I hated the house shows, dude. It was the one I went to was the week the Hardy Boys broke up.
Oh,
and it happened at the house show too, and I was like, I just saw this Monday. This is bullshit. But
sometimes house shows are fun though, because you're not trying to build you're just trying to put on just a fun show. I mean, there's no storylines you're advancing. It's just sometimes they're actually more entertaining.
The main event was Rob Van Dam and Chris Benoit in a steel cage.
That sounds like a good match though.
Big blue steel cage.
Oh, there you go.
My,
I've never
sec-
been to. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, my second ever show I went to was a house show, and it was pretty damn epic because it was WWF in 1991. The main event was Hogan and Flair.
Ooh, yeah, that would be
Oh, nice.
I'm trying to think. Like my first ever live event was a Monday Night Raw in the Attitude Era. That's where I got to see Austin Rock. It was in Louisville, and then it was all house shows up until Nashville. I went to see Raw. That is when CM Punk and Nexus was doing their thing, and HBK came out that night and just Sweet Chin music somebody for no reason.
You guys, Corey and Jake, you guys remember this? Like there for a while, it was like they wouldn't come anywhere near us. Like Evansville wasn't big enough for them at that time,
No.
and then like Louisville was persona non grata because of the fucking rules with wrestling in Kentucky. They wouldn't wrestle in Kentucky at all,
which is weird because do you remember Armageddon in the I think it's Armageddon. It's that Hell in the Cell.
Yeah.
6-man. That was in Louisville. Right? Yeah. And then
Yeah,
they had Backlash in Lexington.
Yeah, but the whole deal was like the rules with the Athletic Commission Kentucky. Yeah, if you bleed, you have to stop the whole fucking show.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that because shit happens. You know?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Like, an unintentional cut or something, you'd shut the whole fucking show down. So they just wouldn't come to Kentucky at all.
I think Oregon was the other state that had some really bizarre rules, which is why they don't go to Oregon.
They started coming back to Kentucky since they finally changed all that. They started going to Evansville too, which is great.
Yeah, big wrestling territories there. I mean, a lot of fans. So
yeah, but they wouldn't come to Evansville for a long time. Like they did a Raw in Evansville in the 90s, and then they didn't do it again. I think until that fucking show we went to, Corey.
Yeah, probably.
They did.
They did some house shows.
They did house shows, but they would not do televised shows. And
I did. I went to. There were 2 Attitude Era Raws in the 90s, and then Nitro was there. I was at Nitro, and then also SmackDown and Thunder were both there, and I went to those.
Yeah, but then it was like 20 years.
Yeah, it was a pretty big gap. There wasn't much.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys went when they had NXT in Evansville, but I went to that. That was like Velveteen Dream just debuted. Bobby Roode, you had Sanity, Derek Young. It was, oh my god.
Do you not remember when NXT was in Owensboro?
I don't remember that.
Oh,
I remember that.
I got proof, homie. Hang on.
I went to the
shows are fun.
This was Finn Balor, Samoa Joe, NXT.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the one I went to was the first NXT show they did in Evansville. I think the main event was Balor and Nakamura against Samoa Joe and Elias.
Oh, nice.
When I seen them, they was already out. It was like when Bobby Roode was big.
Yeah.
Somebody died at Holiday World.
Yeah, I seen that.
On the voyage.
Well, they said it wasn't the ride.
They stand up again?
No, it was a heart attack or something. But thank God it wasn't Chris Jericho. It said a lady was unresponsive. So. Did you see that, Corey? The Fozzy video filmed at Holiday World?
No.
Yes, the latest. Yeah, on the voyage. The whole thing is on the voyage.
Oh God!
It's just Chris Jericho being like.
Isn't that weird that tie that city has with wrestling? Because Mick Foley loves it. He's like there every year. And then
Santa Claus Land, yeah.
Yeah,
you can get him to sign something at any given time in Santa Claus Land.
He's always nice. One of the better people to meet.
I've met a
when
lot of wrestlers, but not him.
When me and Corey met him, it was. I wish I would have thought to ask how the fuck his mask was on, because he only has the one ear. But it didn't dawn on me until I left. Now I'll never know. Right, here you go, Jake.
Oh, okay.
Here's the proof.
When was this? October? What year was this, though?
This is the second time they came.
Okay, so yeah, this had to be after I see him in Evansville because Aleister Black was there.
Yeah.
Velveteen was just debuting.
So this was the second time it happened.
Ricochet wasn't there yet.
so disappointing that both Black and Velveteen are not around anymore because they had one of the best feuds in NXT that I've seen in the last decade. I mean, people were eating it up.
I guess I saw Punk when he was in Nexus too. Here's a picture I took at a show.
Oh, he's close.
Oh, nice.
Mine, I don't know if you guys remember the Raw, but it was the Raw where he like gets on the Titantron and says he's gonna jump.
Don't remember that.
I mean, it was a long time ago. It was probably 2012.
That was a great run for sure.
Yeah,
That was the last time I remember like wrestling in like the mainstream public consciousness, even if it was just for that one promo.
He had I don't know dates anymore, but he had one of the best matches ever on Raw with John Cena. I mean, it was just, I think even not that I really go by Meltzer, but he actually gave it 5 stars. It was just, they were on fire that night. That match was just something special that you only get so often. It's better than a lot of their pay-per-view stuff, as a matter of fact.
trying to find the.
I always wondered why he put the title in the fridge.
He didn't care.
He seems like a real douche.
The truth about Punk, I mean, I love Punk, but there are some douchey stories about him too. Like, he's not, it's 50-50. He says a lot of things that are very, very true about the wrestling business now, but I've also heard some people who've had some, I mean, he's not like Warrior level, but that have said like, yeah, he can be kind of a dick.
Oh, I was gonna ask because I'm gonna watch that tonight. Is that Warrior Dark Side of the Ring? Is it like just like bashing the shit out of Warrior, or is it like a retrospective?
It's I mean, it's sympathetic too, but I mean, they don't shy away from anything. Actually, they told that just the right way, because like, I don't want to see just like, oh, what a wonderful guy he was. But it's like, no, that's not what you really thought. Yeah, I know he's dead, and sometimes at that point, some people don't want to talk shit, but I mean, he was who he was.
I don't know if you knew this, but like pretty much the main interview is his former wife, the one before Dana.
Oh, okay.
And it's she tells it really well, I think.
Here's me and Buff Bagwell when he's seen better days.
Oh, nice.
Is that when he was at in Owensboro at the Sports Center?
Yeah, dude. Every let me see.
Oh man, his arms are like so like flabby.
Him and Rhino.
Ah, Rhino. Oh my God, Rhino's short.
Yeah, he was, man, because I'm short. Where's
Rhino's never been tall, but he's built like a tank.
He's like this wide.
Yeah, he's yeah.
But he's not fat. That's
No,
what's
he's
so
not.
weird.
He's built like
He's
a
not
tank.
fat.
Yeah.
He's like a wall.
He is, yeah.
He seems fun.
Here's I took this picture at the NXT I went to, Balor. I always thought it was kind of cool.
Oh, goodness. How do I get this off?
That's what she said.
Bala.
Ah, I love him. His entrance is so much fun.
Yeah, his was good.
I'm thinking he's going back to Raw or SmackDown now, especially being that he lost that last match with Karrion.
There it is.
I don't know. They're not gonna fucking do anything with him. Why do it?
They're getting to a point where they kind of have to. I mean, there's only so many guys.
First Universal Champion, Scott
Big
Steiner.
Daddy.
Of course,
Yeah.
he wears shirts like that.
Yeah, he was in Old World too. He missed all these guys, man.
I think that was one of the last like really good Raws that night that he debuted and got that title shot, and that was a really good Raw if I remember right.
Balor, you mean?
Steiner?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It was when they God, I can't remember. There was something special about that show too, but like
When he got the clean pinfall over Roman, that was
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know, man. The one after he won the title, the week after he let the title go and Owens won, I really enjoyed that Raw.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was going nuts when Owen got a clean win over Cena.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did. I forgot about when he came up from NXT. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and he just beat him like clean in the middle of the ring, which I was like,
that was
crap.
wild. He was the first one they tried to cross over, like early.
Oh yeah,
And
Owens is awesome.
They abandoned him. Like, that is. I'm still pissed at him for that.
They kind of go back to him though too. It's just they don't commit long enough to people.
No, except Roman.
He had a good little run with Roman beginning of the year, but
yeah, I think he suffered from there not being a crowd because I think he would have been getting monster pops during that point. Same thing with Cesaro right now. Like I think Cesaro. I mean, he's not a talker, and that'll always hold him back a little bit. But some of his stuff with Seth, I think, would really have gotten him some huge reactions.
I love that UFO thing.
Oh, where he does the airplane spin and then he like drops his hands.
Yeah,
that's
awesome. Way cooler than the fucking spin. The spin is lame, or the swing. The swing is lame.
If he does it to like, yeah, when he did it to Great Khali, I have to say that's impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a cheap pop. There's other guys that could do that, but yeah, Cesaro is awesome. In ring, he's one of my favorites. He doesn't have the personality to be the guy, though. That's the only issue with Cesaro. But man, is he good.
They need to bring in Boss Rutan to manage him because I just feel like it's a missed opportunity. They kind of look like the same person.
There's things they could do. I mean, like I just don't get like I don't know how up to date you guys are, but like Reginald pinning Shayna Baszler. Who are they? What are they trying to do there? That's just stupid. I mean, that's one of the dumbest things.
They have too much TV to fill. Like that's the problem. That's why they can't tell these meaningful stories anymore. There's too much TV.
Yeah, and then you got to be ready for the next pay-per-view.
You got to have somebody fighting somebody else every week, and somebody's got to lose.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. I
why I'm sad to see AEW pretty much doing the exact same fucking things. They're going to have 2 weekly shows and then a monthly pay-per-view, I guess.
Don't they have an internet show as well?
Yeah, they got AEW Dark.
Yeah.
Like it's too much. At least AEW Dark is like usually unsigned people, so they can kind of
switch. My opinion, they ain't figured out the first 2 hours yet. So
no. There's some bright spots. I mean, I'm not saying everything they do is bad, but I don't know. I still I think SmackDown is better than AEW right now. And a lot of that is because the Roman stuff has actually been pretty good. But
Paul Heyman's great.
Like, as a heel, absolutely. Now they have to be really careful because I think whoever takes the belt off of him, which shouldn't happen anytime soon, they really have to make sure it's the right person. If Brock just comes back and gets the belt off of him, then you're standing still. You're just doing the same shit.
I wish they'd let the Brock thing go.
I think Vince just looks at him as like the easy fix. He's going to be back and he's going to main event SummerSlam. I can almost guarantee it. Now, I don't know if it's going to be against Lashley and or Drew or if it's going to be against Roman because Cena's also rumored for a match with Roman at some point, which I'm okay if Roman wins, but
I wish they'd bring Cena back.
I think Roman will win that.
Yeah, hopefully.
Why? I don't see why they couldn't do that now because he's not a part of like the weekly show. You could do a heel Cena and just see what that looks like.
I always thought that had they turned him heel at the right time, it would have been a bigger heel turn than Hogan. joining
Oh yeah.
NWO.
Oh yeah,
Would have been
because
been
Cena
up
would have
there.
been relevant at that point. Like I don't feel like Hogan in '96 was 96, 97, 96.
Yeah.
He
He
was
wasn't-
starting to become well, not irrelevant, but he was
He was on
I think
the
everybody-
decline.
yeah.
Everybody was over the
Hulkamania
the
was
red and
over
yellow
at that
and
point.
Yeah, the world had changed too much. I mean, and I think had he have gone on, he got booed a couple times where I think it actually woke him up a little bit because I can't remember where he got booed, but like that was unheard of up to that point. Like Hogan's getting booed, that you know that doesn't happen. So I mean, they turned him at the right time. If Cena had done it, man, at least he could have had a couple years that would have been hot. No one would have
Perfect
seen it
timing
coming.
would have been that Nexus thing. I thought,
Yeah.
like he
Yeah.
did lost the match or something where he had to join Nexus, and if he would have like embraced that, I thought that would have been a good time.
Ideally it would have been a younger guy or like a Fiend to end Taker's streak, but I always said Cena, if they were just going to go for somebody already established, if he
makes
did
sense.
it and like turned heel to do it, that he would, the boos he would have gotten
Yeah.
on Raw the next day would have been deafening. I mean, they could have made that the goal at that point. He's been champion. I don't know how many times at that point, but it's like, this is like the thing I need for my legacy. And then if he had just, I don't know how I would have booked the finish, but I mean, God, even just like a low blow and just, and you know, an AA and just pins him.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been so cool. I mean, it was going to be shocking no matter what when Taker lost, but that would have been. I still don't think they got as much out of that as they could have. But
No, it made no sense to give it to Brock.
no, it didn't. I kind of understand the argument, but where Fiend could have been at right now if they had waited.
They do not want Bray Wyatt to succeed. It's apparent at this point because he's had two badass gimmicks, in my opinion. The fucking just his original Bray Wyatt like Firefly gimmick.
Oh yeah,
fucking awesome, dude. And you want to talk about a badass entrance live? That is so much fun. But they do not want, and the Fiend, like that's awesome too. But they do not want to give a shit about him.
I don't get what the hell that was at WrestleMania to this day. I don't get. And then it's like he's off TV. And Alexa's just doing backstage vignettes, so it's like, where was the payoff there? I mean, the Randy Orton thing lasted like 4 months, 4 or 5 months, or whatever.
I feel like he's been feuding with Randy Orton for 3 years.
Yeah, and then to do that where it's not even a definitive end to their feud,
Yes.
it was so stupid. I just
how about the mustache on Orton? By the way,
oh yeah.
It's a good-looking mustache.
Orton's just been on TV so long. In theory, if they don't screw it up, I don't mind what they're doing with Riddle. Like, let them be a tag team for a while. It's probably the best use for Orton. Because, I don't know, he kills momentum so much.
He's had the same gimmick for 30 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard when you've literally been on TV in that spot for, almost 20 years.
Yeah. But I mean, I can't. Orton was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
That time.
I mean, he's
especially
still
like
good.
The Legend Killer. Oh my god.
Oh, Legend Killer Orton was the shit, man.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, when he dropped Stephanie and then like kissed her with Triple H like tied up in the ropes. He had some good stuff. And he's still good. It's just
I think he's better on the mic now than he probably ever was.
Yeah.
Some of his promos are really good. Have been really good.
Some of it's not his fault. Like when they had him take the belt off Bray Wyatt that first time only to lose it to Jinder Mahal. I mean, they kill like a guy that could make them tons of money just to put it on Orton, who doesn't need it, who doesn't need the belt ever again, in my opinion.
He's good. What's he like? 13 times or some shit?
I think it's something like that.
Yeah, 13. And yeah, Cena's tied with Flair for the official record.
Official.
Yeah. I mean, Flair is technically, I think, like 23 or something like that. The stuff they choose to acknowledge, though.
Yeah, because I mean, he's actually like, there's a couple times he dropped that belt locally and then it was kind of given back to him.
Yeah, he traded it back and forth with Harley Race. Technically, Inoki won it.
Yeah.
Now, again, I guess that depends how you look at it. If they just pretended it didn't happen, but you know, it wasn't uncommon. The Rockers technically had the tag belts off Demolition, but they didn't acknowledge that because they got in trouble.
So you know what always still confuses me is the 2 IWGP belts there for a little bit, like with Shinsuke and Brock. Then they have to end up fighting.
Yeah, their title lineage is a little confusing too sometimes. I'd love to see, I mean, I don't know exactly how it would work. I would not be against a New Japan thing at all. They just need a shot in the arm right now, really bad.
Yeah.
Well, boys, it's after midnight. I'm gonna go try to go to sleep, I guess. Watch Ultimate Warrior.
Sweet.
It's been real. Thanks for having me on, Jake. And hopefully we see you guys tomorrow night on Two Fat Guys host Art Bell, as it's referred to in the comment section of our videos. I'm really hung up on us being fat.
Hey, when you're getting insulted, you know you're moving up, though.
But it's very fat forward.
I guess I'll start the show by eating a salad.
I did I we're aware that we're fat, like in the comments.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't. Thanks, man. Thanks for telling me. I had to have that conversation with my doctor today.
I didn't see any. Where are they on?
Hang on. Before I go, I'll read you some greatest hits.
Okay.
All right, I'm just gonna go through what me and Corey were sending each other. Screenshots we were sending back and forth. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here's one. What's this one? Just because it's a 12-hour video, there's no excuse for a 4.5-minute intro before you even start talking and spend another 5 minutes giving a shout-out style speech like you just won an award for something while you promote your Patreon. Let me see here. What else we got?
I would have just replied, "It's my show, a-hole. I'll do what I want."
I think I replied, "Thanks for watching."
You had a few guys come to your defense there lately on that one.
Yeah.
So.
Hang on, let me see here. I need the next
one. It's a vocal minority for sure.
Let's see here. Y'all are confused. He used feet originally. Y'all are confused. And also, who keeps breathing so heavy into the mic? But that dude actually turned out to be cool. What's this one? Who are the fat guys hijacking the story?
I don't see these.
And then, and that's the one that I replied to. For the record, we're aware of the fatness. Thank you for watching.
What? I don't see these, man. I like going through them.
Sometimes comments are weird.
Said,
they don't always show.
One guy said, "Be aware, two fat necks talking over is like two fat necks talking most of the time."
I've seen a lot of fat neck talking during this. Heads up.
Yeah, that's it. Where else? We guys got any more?
That's a good greatest hit.
Hard to listen to the call when it keeps getting interrupted.
Well, I say, man, the last weekend y'all was like 8 something. Now you're almost at 1,000.
Yeah,
so,
blowing up.
Congratulations, man.
Nice. It's entirely due to Art Bell. As you
Hey.
can tell, me and Corey have been told to shut up repeatedly.
So I'll just continue to post some long form ones intermittently here.
Dude, that one's got like 8,000 views. That 12-hour stream?
Yeah.
Is
That was a
Art
good
Bell's
idea.
stuff considered public access? Like, how does that work? Like old
Yeah.
radio
No,
broadcasts?
it's not.
Yeah.
No, I
It's hard
I
to
try to
find,
cut out
too.
all the commercial music. You know, he used that on commercial breaks, and
Hmm.
I just figure it's probably hard to track something where it's just someone talking.
Yeah,
So-
that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, because there is like a subscription service for it on Coast to
Yeah.
Coast website.
Mhm.
But I don't even think that has a lot of the older stuff. So
That's a lot. There's a lot to go through with Art Bell.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
East
if
of the
you heard-
Rockies, you're on.
Before you hopped in, Jonathan, I need a link to that
Oh,
the
yeah.
radio station. And where can I get it on my phone? Like my iPhone? Is there
Yeah.
like an app?
Yeah, there's an app. It's called Live 365, and once you get the app, you can just search S'mores Indoors Radio and should pull it up for you.
Live 365?
Yep. I rock out through the day on there with the old alternative.
Give me some
It's a
Art
good
Bell to listen
station,
to while I'm
like,
at
for real.
work.
East of the Rockies. Yeah, hearing about the 40 minutes, Art Bell starting up.
Yep.
Is that easy to like for you guys to track to see the traffic on there and stuff?
Yeah. I don't know. Let me pull it up. I don't know what we've had lately. We're still kind of getting going with it, but
Y'all only promoted it that one weekend, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that's when we actually like launched
Live 365 radio, I take it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I believe so.
And you get this is what it looks like. S'mores Indoors Radio.
I don't know what you got going on here right now. The colorblind formula?
Yeah,
right.
that's
What is that?
Right now, from like I think 9 p.m. to midnight, we have like a few different like horror mystery like radio
Like
shows.
old radios? From
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
cool.
One of them's like from like the 40s and 50s, I think.
Yeah. So
Oh, I got it on here now.
Oh, there we go. I found it. So I click. Will I have like a separate icon for you guys on my phone, or?
no, it's just under that Live 365.
Oh,
If-
okay. So you just search. Okay.
And
You can
when
hit the
get
little I'm sorry,
heart.
Jake. Yeah, hit the heart and when you pull the app up, it'll just be right there for you.
Okay. Well, I got it then. Sweet.
So but yeah, it's
Yeah,
I think it's going to be cool. Like I at some point, I want us to get together, whoever wants to do it, and record a show about wrestling, favorite wrestling entrance music, and we'll kind of pre-record it, and then we'll have a set time we air it, and I'll cut in all those themes that we talk about. And I think it'll be kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
including JBL's theme.
Yep.
We've never came back.
We've been talking wrestling since he left, so
That's true.
I know he's bitter about it because his dad, that's what he did.
Yeah.
He was gone a lot, so
His dad hit him with a chair a lot when he came home from the road.
yeah. Well, after his dad lost the brawl for all, it was really rough at their house for a couple weeks.
The bra. Have you seen that Dark Side of the Ring? That was a good one.
I
Yeah.
did like that. I love how it's just like, yes, I wanted to see somebody beat the shit out of JBL. Like, that's the whole reason we did it. Like, but to put that much faith in fucking Steve Williams, that was their own fucking fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something you can't control.
Yeah.
There's always a chance a badass can knock you out. I mean, it's never going to be a sure thing. Especially none of them are
Yeah.
Really,
Bart
when you
Gunn just
look
had a
at it-
fucking cannon.
Oh, and they pissed him
strong-
off too.
Yeah.
He was motivated to win that. I mean, they pissed him off.
I'm even surprised someone like Godfather didn't win the thing.
Well, according to him, he was very high. So
Well, that's probably didn't help.
I would say that's most of the time for him now.
Probably.
Pretty amazing that they were able to actually do that, because even if they wanted to, that wouldn't happen now.
No.
They let anything happen. You remember those Lions Den matches?
Yeah.
Like just how
They-
fucking stupid that was. And there was the one at the Hart family in the Hart family basement.
Yeah.
I just watched SummerSlam. Is it 96? It was Owen Hart, Ken Shamrock in one.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
my
the first
God.
one was Fully Loaded.
Was it?
That was the one where Sable and Jackie show everybody what's going on. I
Yeah.
have fond memories of that pay-per-view. I remember, I forgot what pay-per-view it is. The cat like flashes everybody in the crowd. But I remember hearing about that on Raw the next night and being pissed that I wasn't allowed to rent that.
I remember that.
Then they finally let you, and you get the Mae Young.
Yeah.
Incident.
Yeah.
I remember watching that with my brother, and just like, Jesus Christ.
You know, the cat may have been the first person in history to sleep her way to the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was married to Nick Sin or Kazarni in WWE for a while after Lawler.
She kind of slept her way down the ladder.
Yeah. That was another stupid gimmick I kind of liked. It could have worked if they took it a little more seriously. Oh, well, gentlemen, I got to be off too. But I'll let you guys. Sunday, we might actually have a wrestling show. We're going to try and knock out a couple of the dark sides. So if anybody's around, let me know. You're more than welcome. I'll see you guys.
See ya.
Later.
I'll see you
Later.
guys later too, man. See ya.
See you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
See ya.
I'm gonna wrap up if you guys wanna hang out afterward.
I was just gonna say I do have to get going, but I wanted to thank you, Jake, for letting me come on and hang out with Nightmare on Elm Street 2, and
No,
of course with the rest of the guys afterwards, after party.
no problem. Thanks for doing it with me.
Yeah,
Appreciate
yeah.
it.
Hopefully I'll be able to come back for some more.
Yeah, I'll get with you and we'll try to whatever works best for both of us.
Sounds
Find
great, brother.
something.
Sounds
Before you
great.
go, plug your channel.
My channel is Cable Channel 11 on YouTube. Go check it out. There's some promos up. Going to be some live shows soon. So thank you. Good night, everybody. Good night, Corey.
See ya.
See ya.
See you, brother.
Well,
All right.
plug what y'all got coming up.
Well, yeah. As Jonathan said, Sunday night. I don't know if he said Sunday or
I think
tomorrow.
you said tomorrow. Is it
It's Sunday night. Sunday night, 8 p.m. Art Bell Classics, and the show's about the Philadelphia experiment. And we may just hit 1,000 subs by then. So kind of working on something. Something cool in the future once we get there. And of course, we'll have some other stuff coming up. I think I'm going to talk to him. We'll probably do one of our television terror shows here soon as well, where we discuss a couple episodes of old anthology horror TV shows. So
Can't wait for that. I showed y'all last time. I picked up Tales from Dark Side. I gotta pick up that Tales from the Crypt box set. I don't have that yet.
I need to get that too. I was telling him I have never seen one episode of that show, so that'll be kind of fun to go through some of that.
You haven't?
Never
Oh.
have seen any.
Man, you're in for a treat. Especially like when you get into it, like Arnold's in an episode, and
Oh, cool.
it's
Yeah.
good.
So a lot of fun stuff in the future over there. So
Sweet. I think sometime soon. I don't know a date yet, like me just talking, but I think we're gonna do a Freddy's Dead live commentary.
oh cool.
Once we figure that out, we'll post it, and
Nice.
that'll be next. But I guess thanks everybody who's watching. Jamie, Dan, Jonathan. Let's talk for a minute. Pass the sticks. Everybody that watched, along with me and Jess, appreciate it. Till next time, peace. Oops.